A very good morning from the
Pro Kart Raceland circuit here in Wackersdorf for the 150th day since the season started back at the home of champions Karting Genk in Belgium, as we are in for 8 fantastic, scintillating races to conclude the 2021 season after what has been a very difficult year for all concerned, but nevertheless we have been able to go racing. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary box, and a big thank you to everyone that has provided plenty of birthday messages. Yep, 44 today. Don't feel a year older or a year wiser, but a big thank you for everyone that has gotten in touch. But we have 8 races. And first up, Junior Rotax will kick-start the racing action. And the races are this time a bit more elongated in comparison to what we had yesterday. So, following on from the intermediate classification post-heats, one driver is close to becoming the 3rd respective double champion. And in the current roll of honour, we've had 2 so far over the past 3 or 4 seasons, one of which Mike van Vuust in 2018 and 2019, Matilda Olsson in Senior Rotax in 2019 and 2020. But we had some very frantic racing during the 3 heats yesterday, and it is decided the 23 strong grid for this morning. So over the past nigh on 5 months, we visited 4 different tracks in 3 different countries: Belgium, Italy, and now Germany. And at the end of this weekend, we will crown officially our 2021 champions. We'll give away tickets for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which take place in Bahrain between the 11th and 18th of December. So I'm just being informed that we do have a slight delay. And it's just to do with race control. We're just waiting on their camera system. Just seems to have a slight technical hitch. They're currently working on the situation at present. But having a look back at yesterday for Junior Rotax, 3 different winners from 3 different heats. Kai Gilles won the opener, and then it was Germany's Raphael Renhofer, the 233, that won Heat 2, and Ethan Jeff Hall, who was the double victor back at Mulsanne in the middle of July, won Heat number 3. And Gilles took a win, a 5th and a 3rd yesterday. Farin Mega, who will be alongside on the front row, a 2nd and a 4th. Mathis Tolo also showing some good consistency, a 4th, a 3rd and a 5th. Mikkel Pedersen has also been up at the sharp end of the grid, the young Dane, a 3rd, a 4th and a 6th. Renhofer 13th in the first race, a win and a 2nd in races 2 and 3. Thomas Strauver has had a 6th place finish, a 16th and a 7th. Ethan Jeff Hall, a 10th, retired in race 2 and also had a win in race 3. Alberto Kiko Fracassi has had a best result in heat number 1 of a 5th place finish, but would be 17th in race 2 and 13th in race 3, and rounding out the top 10. Bruno Mulders from the Netherlands, a 19th, a 6th and a 10th place finish respectively. And the current air temperature already at 19 degrees Celsius. We're set to hit highs of once again around between 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. And it has been perfect conditions for racing. I've spoken with a few drivers this morning on my walk through the paddock. Ragnar Virus, who he said this is the first time I've ever qualified through intermediate classification on pole position. Luca Muneretto says that he's looking forward to a bit more good close course of racing in DD2 here today over the course of the 2 finals. I've caught drivers resting. Marcus Radney needs no mention needs a big mention on that one. They do like to get their rest time, especially in temperatures like this. They need to be hydrated, they need to be fueled correctly with the right foods. But as they say, it is the calm before the storm. And we do have actually some spectators around the fencing around the circuit itself. The circuit is 1,190 metres in length. It's always provided a great spectacle on the Euro Trophy calendar. And it's one of the mainstays, along with Karting Genk, that have both been on the calendar since the Euro Trophy came to be back in April 2018. And one other bit of news, I'm pleased to confirm that I will be returning for Season 5 next year when we head to Karting Campos late next February for the Winter Cup. Also, those that are wondering, can I enter the Rotax Euro Golden Trophy between the 4th and the 7th of November? Yes, entries are open. And at the moment, we're edging towards 30 entries before we even hit finals day. And there will be some tickets available for the grand finals. So we will have Micromax, Minimax, junior and senior Rotax, and DD2. The winner of that event will become the Euro Golden Trophy champion and will represent themselves and their country at Bahrain in December. But also we will have some free race weekend entries to give away, more particularly in so finally we get things underway as the 23 junior Rotax contingent go onto the circuit. Here is your starting order for the penultimate race of the season, final one, race 1 of the day. It's Kai Gillett and Farin Mega on the front row. Mathis Turlo and Mikkel Pedersen, row 2. Rafael Renhofer and Nick Gerhardt, row 3. Thomas Strauver and Ethan Jeff Hall, row 4. Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Bruno Mulders complete the top 10. Luca Schlegel, Janis Diak, Austin Lee, Aljaz Vidmar, Samuel Ifrid, Vinnie Phillips, Marius Rose, Louis Detling, Danny Shields, Nick Trobeck, Sem Argun, Jimmy Kokalainen and Vic Stevens complete the 23 strong. I had a chat with Vinnie Phillips' dad this morning, found out that the engine had actually seized on heat 3, so the youngster in the 287 from the United Kingdom has a bit of work to do from 16th on the grid. So this time it's 11 minutes plus an additional lap that goes onto the timer. And the sunshine has completely bathed this circuit. The tyres have helped the track to evolve since Wednesday of this week, where drivers have been practicing for 2.5 days, then gone into time qualifying, and then they've had a barrage of heats yesterday. There's one straggler at the back of the grid, and that is the 249 of Sem Argun from Austria, who was due to line up in 21st position alongside Finland's Jimmy Kokolainen. Eight races to close the official Euro Trophy season, as we brace ourselves for what will unfold before our very eyes. They slow to a crawl, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Lights are out, we are racing, and a good start from Matis Tolo to slot in behind Kai Rilets and overtakes Farin Mega as they go into turn 3, but Mega looking to get up the inside of the Dutch driver, but has to back out of it. The back end swarming under braking. As a few drivers getting compromised going through turn 4 for the first time. At the moment, Kai Rilets is leading the way. Vinny Phillips trying to go around the outside of drivers going through turn 6. That's brazen at its very best, but Rilets leads the way. Second is Turl, then it's Mega, then it's Pedersen, then it's Gerhards. Ethan Jeff Hall rounds out the top 6. And there's more drivers trying to make up positions through turn number 11, the first of the major hairpins on the circuit. Very reminiscent of PF International, that you have the same kind of configuration, but it's the opposite way round, as Rilets leads the field across the line to complete lap 1. Matis Turlo, second. Farin Mega, P3. Pedersen, Gerhards, Jeff Hall, Renhofer, Strauver, Mulders, Schlegel, Fracassi. They complete the top 11. Janis Stiak, Austin Lee, Aljaz Vidmar and Vinny Phillips complete the top 15, as we have got someone going a little bit slowly coming out of turn number 4. And that looks to be Nick Strobeck, possibly, who was in 17th position. But Rilets' lead is about just under half a second. So it is 25 points for a win, 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth and 11 for fifth. As good move there by Farin Mega up the inside of Matis Turlo, and it looks like Mikkel Pedersen has also managed to get through in the meantime. The young Dane from RS Competition now hits P3 as Nick Gerhards and Ethan Jeff Hall go toe-to-toe. Jeff Hall barnstorms his way up the inside of the young Dutchman from SP Motorsport and now gets up into 5th place. As Gerhards could be losing another place. That looks to be, that's Renhofer that's trying to get, has just gotten through. Now Strauven looks to get past as well, as does Bruno Mulders, and the pair do get through on turn 12. But it's closing up at the front of the field, because now Farin Mega is closing in on Kai Rilets. Third, it's Pedersen, who's in the draft of the young German. As Mega looking to go up the inside, as does Pedersen. Through they go. And there goes Turlu, and there goes Ethan Jeff Hall. So Rilets in two corners has just gone down from 1st to 5th place, and he's got Rafael Renhofer and Thomas Strauver just behind. Bruno Mulders now factoring in, as does Nick Gerhards. Vinny Phillips now up into 13th position. It's all about getting points on the board, because if Kai Rilets is provisionally 26 points ahead of the nearest competitor, he takes the title for the 2nd year in a row. Mikkel Pedersen now leads ahead of Farin Mega. Third is Matis Turlo, who's been closed in on by Ethan Jeff Hall, and the Brit goes up the inside through turn 4, neatly takes P3. I know that Ethan's father Matthew's currently in Iraq at the moment and is watching. And Ethan's mum Jackie is here with us in Wackersdorf. We've got 4 minutes completed, 7 minutes to go. And there's been a bit of a moment there. Oh, that's caused a bit of havoc behind, and that was one of the KSCA Study Europe carts. That looks to be Lukas Schlegel that's been turned around. And That is Thomas Strauver. Strauver walks away from the cart. The 299 from Belgium, unfortunately eliminated. And at the front of the field, things are changing again. Because now Ethan Jeff Hall up into second. Mikkel Pedersen leads. Hilets up the inside of Mega to take back P4. And if Hilets takes the victory, it is pretty much guaranteed that he will be on the top step of the championship podium come the end of this afternoon. So Pedersen's lead was just over 2/10. Ahead of Farin Mega, but Mega now finding himself down in 5th position. So Thomas Strauver unfortunately eliminated from the race through that multi-cart incident through turn 12. But the drama continues. 5 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap. And there goes Ethan Jeff Hall for the lead. On Mikkel Pedersen. Mattis Turlo looked for a gap, but there wasn't one there to capitalise on. Kai Hilets has got the ringside seats, and staying just behind is Farin Mega by about a couple of cart lengths or so as they hurtle their way through into the turn 9-10 chicane. And Ethan Jeff Hall, double winner back at Mulzen, as Mattis Turlo and also Kai Hilets get their way past Mikkel Pedersen, and then Farin Mega gets through on the very next hairpin. Close quarter battling, and if you go for a move at 90% rather than 100%, you might come unstuck. But now the top three, nigh on line astern. Ethan Jeff Hall leads. Mattis Turlo in second, goes defensive on Kai Hilets, who still rounds out the top three. A bit of a bump on the curb from Turlo. And Hilets gets a good run, but gets compromised ever so slightly because Turlo managed to get the cart parked in front of the 274. Bruno Molders has now made his way up into P6 as Hilets up the inside of Turlo to now retake second position, and he's gunning for the victory. Nick Trobek in 21st, Lukas Schlegel unfortunately in 22nd. Thomas Strauver will start from the back of the grid for final two later on, but we go on to lap number 9. Ethan Jeff Hall goes defensive on Kai Hilets going through into turn 3 and again through turn 4 as there goes Farin Mega up the inside of Mattis Turlo to now take third position. And Rafael Henhofer up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen through turn 6. That was a bit rambunctious there from the young German, but Pedersen keeps it planted in front. Bruno Molders now latches onto the back of that duo right there and makes it a trio battling for 5th position. Ethan Jeff Hall takes the tight inside line through turn 11. Hilets right on the back bumper along with Farin Mega, and Ethan Jeff Hall just making that cart, that back axle as wide as humanly possible. Out of the final corner, we go on to lap number 10. Ethan Jeff Hall's lead is fractional. 0.058 as Farin Mega now gets past Kai Hilets through turn 3. And Turlo goes through for third through turn 4 on Hilets. As now Rafael Henhofer swaps positions with Bruno Molders. That's for 6th. At the top 4, line astern as they come through the chicane. Just over 2 minutes 40 plus an additional lap remains as there goes Mattis Turlo up the inside of Farin Mega through turn 11 to take back P2. Hilets right on the back bumper of the 276 from Germany. And Danny Shields has made his way up, and we've got a black and white warning flag for Ethan Jeff Hall, who's now going to lose out the lead. Is he going to get... Oh, he's going to get squeezed by Mattis Turlo, and that could open the floodgates because 3 carts get past. So Turlo, Mega and Hilets, and Ethan Jeff Hall tries to go through the inside on turn number 5 on Kai Hilets, but Hilets just keeps steadfast, keeps it planted and says, no you don't, you've got to do better than that. And Ethan Jeff Hall, oh, he gets mugged quite considerably there, rounds a little bit wide coming out of turn 8, and then all of a sudden Henhofer, Pedersen and Molders respectively get through. And they've got Vinnie Phillips, who's charged his way, the young Brit, going through. And Phillips now gets past Ethan Jeff Hall. So across the line, this time it's a new leader in the form of Matis Turlo, Farhen Mega and Kai Hilatz. That's the top three. Rafa Renhofer. Rounds out the top four ahead of Bruno Mulders, Vinnie Phillips. A storming drive from the young Brit who started 16th on the grid and now up into P6. We're getting towards the last 60 seconds plus an additional lap of this first of two finals for Junior Rotax. So we're going to have this plus one more lap to go. Lap number 13 underway. And Farhen Mega looking to get past Matis Turlo. And Kai Hilatz just waiting in the wings. The Belgian's got the ringside seat, turned 15 last week, did the 274. Danny Shields rounds out the top 15 positions. But it's going to be very close between these three. It was 2 tenths between Matis Turlo and Farhen Mega. And a further nigh on 2 tenths back to Kai Hilatz. Timer will expire before they hit the double right-hander to bring them onto the start-finish straight. Last lap board is out. Turlo leads going on to the final lap. Mega and Hilatz separated by 3.5 tenths as Farhen Mega looks to get the overcut. And he gets a good switchback here on Matis Turlo, but that could open the door for Kai Hilatz, who gets up into second through turn 5. Neatly timed by the Belgian. And he's got an opportunity. It could be a run to the line for a last gasp dash for victory. So down into turn 11 for the final time. Turlo goes defensive on Hilatz. Hilatz now in the slipstream. Through into turn 12. He's going to try and get the undercut here. He's got the switchback done, but it's not quite 100% completed. He goes to the outside to swing through the corner out of the final turn. Could it be a run to the line? It's going to be. Oh, there's a touch between Turlo and Hilatz. And Hilatz gets the victory by 5 one-thousandths of a second. Well, would you believe that one? A little bit of a clash between the pair. And provisionally, Kai Hilatz has done enough. Matis Turlo takes second by 5 one-thousandths of a second. Top three, rounded out by Farhen Mega, completed by 69 thousandths of a second. Rafa Renhofer and Bruno Mulders round out the top 5. Ethan Jeff Hall and Vinnie Phillips round out a 6-7 for Great Britain. Mikkel Pedersen, Aljaz Vidmar, Marius Rose round out the top 10. Samuel Ifrit, Janis Diak, Danny Shields, Sem Argun and Vic Stevens complete the top 15 ahead of Louis Detling, Nick Trobeck, Nick Gerhards, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Austin Lee, Jimmy Kokalainen, Lukas Schlegel being the last of the 22 runners that finished, with Thomas Stuyven unfortunately eliminated on lap number 4.
mal. Du merkst der Diener zu, dass du hinsetzen kannst. Wie? Tiefer runter, hinsetzen. Hinsetzen. Was? Ja, der Stativ. Ja, ein bisschen. Ja, tiefer und dann sitzen. Ja, das geht nicht. Das geht nicht. Mir ist wurscht. Du musst immer von links nach rechts, ja, ja. Weißt du? Ach so, ja.
So an exciting end to the first Junior Rotax final here at Wackersdorf. All results are provisional, pending any sporting and technical matters post-race. So looking at the classification from yesterday for the ranking after the heats, it was 3 wins for the returning Matilda Olsson. 3 wins from her. 2 for Callum Bradshaw, who also took a second place finish. It's been a steady, consistent weekend for Sean Butcher in the 302, representing Great Britain. A third, a second and a third. Alexander Abkazava, 2 seconds and a fourth. Zsombor Kovac from Hungary, 2 thirds and a sixth. A steady run of 4th place finishes in all 3 heats for Lachlan Robinson from the UAE. Lewis Gilbert, a 9th and 2 seconds. Rashid Ghanem took a victory this weekend and has also had a third. But the final heat for the UAE driver ended in a bit of drama. But the main thing is I've seen him walking around the paddock this morning, so he is good to race. Serbia's Andrej Petrovic started 31st after qualifying, but now puts himself in 9th place ahead of Germany's Linus Hensen. So Petrovic, a 3rd, a 9th and a 6th place finish. Linus Hensen, an 8th, a 7th and a 4th place finish. And also some other drivers quite close to that as well. Tobias Poschik, an 8th, a 6th and a 6th. 2 7ths and an 8th place finish for Daniel Keinrath from Austria. Zino Kovac, Felix Jansson and Erhard Turker ran at the top 15 after the intermediate classification, following on from the heats yesterday. So we are seconds away from getting this race going. So the green light flashes at the end of the pre-grid, and here is the starting order. The returning Matilda Olsson from Sweden starts on pole position. Alongside him, the newly crowned champion back at Mulsanne, Great Britain's Callum Bradshaw. Sean Butcher and Alexander Abkazava, row 2. Zsombor Kovac and Lachlan Robinson, row 3. Lewis Gilbert and Rashid Ghanem, row 4. Andrej Petrovic and Linus Hensen complete the top 10. The completion of the top 20 is via these drivers: Tobias Poschik, Daniel Keinrath, Zino Kovac, Felix Jansson, Erhard Turker, David Lackner, Sam Bergstein, Mark Kimber starting down in 18th, Christian de Klein and Benedek Vida running out the top 20. And apparently completing the 31-strong grid, Chloe Canal, Nick Kuppens, Flint Schuring, Alexander Scheiblecker, Jori Schoens, Miro Halika, Luca Köster, Tim Stipitz, Gilles Chloé, Jericho Kalainen and Mette Argun. So they now go on to the official formation lap. 14 minutes on the clock will be set on the timer. So red lights are on the gantry. It's a 14-minute race this time. So we thought that the junior Rotax first final was a good one. Wait until senior Rotax brings a few grenades and fireworks to the party. It's one of the most explosive, if not the most explosive category in the Euro Trophy regular groups. So it's going to be down to Olson and Bradshaw to control the pace at the front of the field. They're now starting to Concertina. Coming out of the final corner. Right then, Senior Rotax Final 1. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Let's go racing. And it's side by side between Olson and Bradshaw going through into turn 3 for the first time we're asking. And the Swede gets through. Butcher trying to get through past Bradshaw. Up the inside through turn 4. They make it through. And Lachlan Robinson is trying to make his way through as well. But he's got a couple of drivers in front of him, one of which is Georgia's Alexander Abkazava. And now Matilda Olson has already put the hammer down. And we've had a few incidents. Nick Cuppins looks to be one of them. And we've got one kart that has got an extremely loud exhaust. So I think that one might be pinged for a mechanical black flag. And that's Christian de Klein in the 399 on the Cosmic chassis. Sounds like a moped rather than a Rotax Max Evo engine, that card, I'm afraid. But Olson's lead is absolutely monumental right now, and that's one hell of a superlative to use this early. Her lead now is 1.2 seconds as Butcher gets past Bradshaw to take second through turn 3. And at the moment, the way things are going, Petrovic now up into 4th. As de Klein now pulls it into the pits. A real shame for the young Dutch driver. As they all filter their way, there's some good battles up and down the order through what will now be. And it was Chloe Canal that was the other karts involved, unfortunately. So the French driver. So there's been a problem there. That's for Tim Stipitz from Austria. And that kart is not wanting to react to the throttle pedal and the cable. As now Lachlan Robinson trying to knuckle down. He's got Zsombor Kovac and Lewis Gilbert ahead. Andrej Petrovic, the young Serbian, is trying to close in on, of all people, Callum Bradshaw. And there has been a little bit of a change behind, because it looks like Lewis Gilbert has got past. As we got double waved yellows at Marshall Post 4. That is for the stricken kart on the outside of turn 7 of Tim Stipitz from Austria. And we've got another one. Oh, now that's not how you park a kart, I'm afraid there. Gilles Chloé from Belgium. That's going into turn 4. So must have been a bit of a drama for the Belgian. And now Bradshaw is past Butcher as Petrovic gets through. Here comes Lewis Gilbert. And Lachlan Robinson is also firing on all cylinders. And now it's a 4-way scrap for what is going to be third on the road, as Petrovic is leading a train of 4. Gilbert looking to go up the inside of Butcher. As now Butcher retaliates against Petrovic. The Serbian runs wide. Butcher gets through. As Robinson up the inside of Gilbert. And gets through on turn number 5. Now, I'm just keeping my eyes on where Mark Kimber is. Kimber is currently 11th and is still sitting second in the championship coming into this race. So there are 3 drivers battling for the final 2 steps on the championship rostrum come the end of this season. And the other 2 are in the top 5. So Matilda Olson has just cantered away into the distance like a prime racing horse. And Kimber's just put in the fastest lap. No, Bradshaw has 50.049. I did say the gloves might be off today. They very much surely are. As more changes have happened, because Petrovic has got past Butcher. Robinson was looking through the inside, but then there goes through Lewis Gilbert. And so does Linus Henson. "10 minutes and 11 seconds plus an additional lap. Hot and heated in this one is a complete and utter understatement. As Robinson up the inside of Henson through turn number 11. Robinson finished second in both finals last year and also took pole position. And Henson gets hung out to dry. A raft of karts, 4 of them I count, get through on the German. So at the minute, Olson leads. Bradshaw second, Butcher in third. It's side by side a little bit further down between Zomber Kovac and also Linus Henson for 11th on the road. Kimber's now got himself up into 8th because of everyone battling in front. A very, very accredited driver in his own right, Mark Kimber. And he's gunning for Georgia's Alexander Abkazava, and that is for what is going to be 7th on the road. So the lead now between Olson and Bradshaw is just over 8.5 tenths. Bradshaw has dipped under the 50-second bracket as the 3:55. That's Tobias Poschik going side by side. Oh, Kenway's just gone over the back bumper. That's caused havoc. As Erhard Turker in his own right has just gone side by side with looks to be David Lackner from Austria in the 3:51. There are more positional changes towards the bottom end of the top 20. You can probably fathom right now. 8.5 minutes remain in the first final. So Olson, Bradshaw, Petrovic, Butcher, Gilbert, Robinson, Abkazava, Kimber, Jansson, Henson, Zomber Kovac, Ganem, Lackner, Turka and Benedek Vida rounds out the top 15 at the moment. 5 retirements already. Nick Kuppens, Chloe Canal, Christian de Klein with a very, very noisy exhaust. Tim Stipitz and Gilles Chloé. We're down to 26 drivers. And Bradshaw again is pushing. Lachlan Robinson has put in the fastest lap of the race on the completion of lap number 6. A 49.770. And that is quicker than Callum Bradshaw and Matilda Olson, surprisingly. So now the pace is coming to KR Sport. Sean Butcher's also running in the 49.9s, but Robinson, with the last 2 laps, has put 9 1,000ths between one and the other, and that is going to pay dividends if he can catch and pass Lewis Gilbert. The young Scotsman based out of Ayrshire. So we'll see how this one unfolds. And Mark Kimber is still down in 8th position. He's 6.5 tenths. 3 tenths off of Alexander Abkazava. And the gap between the top 2 now is truncated to just over 4 tenths of a second. As the 6.09 of Alexander Schleibecker battling away with Oris Competition's young Finn in the form of Mido Halika. That's for 20th on the road. So 6.5 minutes remain, plus an additional lap. And the 2 leaders carrying on as usual. Petrovic still hanging on at the moment to 3rd position. But Butcher looks to be closing. And Butcher that time was 2 100ths quicker, but is on the back bumper of the Serbian going through turn 4. Gilbert and Robinson are chasing him down, as well as Abkazava. And there is Kimber just behind the Georgian in 8th position. A few dices a little bit further back. David Lackner battling away with Rashid Ghanem, Erhard Turka and Benedek Vida. But Butcher is closing on Petrovic through turn number 11. Robinson was 6 100ths quicker than Lewis Gilbert on that previous lap, so there is a little bit of a slipstream coming to the drivers. Coming out of the final corner, the top 2 nearly half a second, well, over 6 tenths apart. Petrovic sets the personal best, and Butcher is within 3 tenths, but gets a bit closer under the braking zone, using Petrovic as a marker for where he can actually brake a little bit later, but not to outbrake himself. But the 2 leaders making their way through. The 2 hairpins once again at the far part of the circuit. It is closing up now between Petrovic, Butcher Gilbert, Robinson, Abkazava and Kimber. That is 1.6 seconds covering those drivers. That's from 3rd to 8th. As Robinson looks to be a bit closer to Gilbert, trying to use that slipstream. But he's not quite close enough yet. But can he do something in the next lap or two to get himself up into 5th position? Mark Kimber's just set a personal best, but Matilda Olsson again has managed to respond and puts in the fastest lap. A 49.718 second lap time from the driver from Uppsala in Sweden. 0.662 was the gap between her and Callum Bradshaw. Petrovic still in 3rd. Butcher, Gilbert, Robinson, Abkazava and Kimber. Kimber put in a personal best of a 49.8 last time around. 10 minutes completed, 4 to go, plus 1 lap. And Olsson has been leading from lights out. When I spoke to her yesterday, she said it's a real good feeling to be back here, and she said, well, we'll see what happens. Well, we normally know what happens when you get Matilda Olsson back in a Rotax. She is on form as always. But it's still very close between 3rd and 8th. It's really been very much a sort of a stalemate. No one's put the respective chess pieces on the board to maximise their advantage. But Robinson looks to be closer to Gilbert coming out of the chicane. And that's for 5th on the road. Kimber's looking on Abkazava, but Abkazava goes defensive through turn 11. Kimber now looking to go through and gets up the inside. Through turn 12 goes the Brit, but Abkazava retaliates. And the pair goes side by side over the bump, through into the double right-hander of the Georgian. Gets back past for P7, but he runs a little bit wide. Could this give Kimber the opportunity to get past? No, it doesn't. On to lap number 14 of this race. 3 minutes on the timer remaining. As Kimber trying to do everything he can to get past Abkazava. And that's for 7th on the road. And that will give him 8 points. That will give him 9 points actually, because it's 10 for 6th place. And Felix Jansson is leading the battle for 9th place at the moment between himself, Linus Hensen, Zombor Kovac, and the 616 of the UAE's Rashid Ghanem. Eight tenths is the gap between the two leaders as they come round the final corner. Olsson leading Bradshaw again. Petrovic. And it looks like Robinson down in 6th position is trying to close on Lewis Gilbert. Through turns 1 and 2 and into 3. Two minutes to go. And more changes. Benedek Vida and Zino Kovac have got past Austria's Tobias Poschek for 16th and 17th respectively. But it's Daniel Kinrath from Austria that rounds out the top 15 at the moment, as Butcher now closes in on Andrej Petrovic once more. So we're about to complete 15 laps of racing. Olsson still out front. Bradshaw in 2nd. Then it's Petrovic, Butcher, Gilbert, Robinson, Abkazava, Kimber. And now it is in 9th position. Zombor Kovac, Rashid Ghanem now trying to go up the inside of the Hungarian through turn 3. Gets the job done and shuts the door so the Hungarian can't get past through turn number 4. And that's allowing Linus Hensen and Felix Jansson again to close on up. There's some side-by-side battling in the back part of the field. Round about between 21st and 26th position. We're on into the last 60 seconds of the race itself. Plus 1 lap. So, from this perspective, Olsson will pick up 25 points. Bradshaw will pick up 20. Petrovic, 16. Butcher, 11. Gilbert will get 13. Gilbert will get 11. Robinson will get 10 points. But now Petrovic has dropped down into 6th position. So that means that Butcher, Gilbert and Robinson now have a couple more points in their pocket. And that will help with regards to the two from KR Sport, Sean Butcher and Lachlan Robinson, as they hunt down the final 2 steps on the championship podium this weekend in the final race day of the season. 150 days it has been from start to finish. Timer hit 0. Next time around, Matilda Olsson will go on to the final lap of this race. Lap 18 now underway. Olsson's lead over Bradshaw, 1.159 seconds. Butcher in third. Gilbert, Robinson, Petrovic, Abkazava, Kimber rounds out the top 8. As Zombrakovac looking up the inside of Felix Jansson, but then Erhard Turker decides to get into the fray and compromises himself in the process, unfortunately. So he loses a handful of positions. David Lackner is in the middle of all of that too. And looks like there might have been a slight bit of a contact between Erhard Turker and Felix Jansson, but the checkered flag is being prepared. So, senior Rotax, final number 1, about to be concluded. And from lights out to checkered flag, the returning Matilda Olsson wins final 1 on Sunday. Callum Bradshaw takes a good amount of points. 20 to his credit. Sean Butcher finishes in third. And it was close for 5th at the end of it all. Lewis Gilbert takes 4th. Andrei Petrovic steals 5th from Lachlan Robinson by 17 one-thousandths of a second at the end of the race. Alexander Abkazava and Mark Kimber ran out the top 8 ahead of Rashid Ghanem, who started started in 8th, finished in 9th. Linus Henson in 10th. Then it was Zomborkovac, David Lackner, Benedek Vida, Felix Jansson, Erhard Turker, Daniel Kinrath, Zino Kovac, Tobias Poschik, Miro Halika, Flint Schuring, Jori Schoens, Sam Bergstein, Alexander Scheiblecker, Luca Köster, Jericho Kalainen and Mette Argun rounding out the 26th that finished. Unfortunately, retirements from Gilles Chloé, Tim Stipitz, Christian de Klein, Chloe Canal and Nick Kuppens.
Alle bis auf da. Also nach Lund habe ich gesehen, das war interessant. Dann noch so ein Cosmic irgendwann und dann was meinst du?
So a slight delay as they're just trying to get the carts off the circuit following the recovery operation. A big thank you to the team here at Pro-Kart Raceland. Also the ambulance crew and Streckencrew KCT led by Camilo Hossinger. Always a pleasure to be here at the circuit. Their work is exemplary and they do a fantastic job helping us keep things running to time as much as possible. So we have 2 more finals before we go into the lunch break. Next up will be DD2 and DD2 Masters. And following on from the ranking after the heats yesterday, 3 wins for Estonia's Ragnar Virus, who I had a quick catch up with this morning. He said it's the first time I've ever qualified on pole position for the Euro Trophy. And he's shown exemplary pace. Other drivers in the mix here today will be the likes of Ville Viljainen, Zenderua, Peter Bezel, who leads the standings coming in. Michael Becker was the top-ranked DD2 Masters driver. So they release the DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers, a total of 34. So it's 14 minutes plus an additional lap that will be put on the timer. So let's have a look at the grid. Ragnar Virus starts from pole, Ville Viljainen alongside Zenderua and Peter Bezel, row 2. Florian Breitenbach and Mika Metz make it an all-German row 3, ahead of Jakob Bezel and Manuel Tencher, row 4. Nico Jörg and Philipp Moitzi ran out the top 10 and complete row 5 for Austria. Luca Muraretto and Fabian Bock, row 6, ahead of Zana Schriblak, Michael Becker, Daniel Mahacek, Hannes Morin, Paul Louvaux, Laurent Seifried, Dennis Thum and Patrick Slok-Mellis rounding out the top 20. Matthias Lund, Mark Bartels, Alessandro Glauser, Johan Andersson, Imke Arts, Bruno Dos Santos, Leo Kirschenbauer, Dennis Thiem, Lukas Hossmann, Jiri Matacek, Thomas Schumacher, Robert Schopian, Leon Arndt and Christophe Capitin complete the 34 strong. They now go on to their official formation lap. And at the moment, Peter Bezel leads the way in the points in DD2, closely followed by the likes of Matthias Lund, Ville Viljainen, amongst others. Paul Louvaux has already secured the 2021 DD2 Masters crown back at Mulsanne, and he secures his place at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit for the Grand Finals representing Team France. And good to see he's wearing his Team France overalls as well. Seems to have brought him good luck all the way through the season. It will be down to Ragnar Virus and Ville Viljainen to control the pace. So red lights on the gantry, 14 minutes will be set on the timer. As now Virus and Viljainen now start to slow the field down. They've got to get into formation pretty quickly before they allow them to get into the tram lines. Into the tram lines they go, revs rise. We are racing! And a good start by Viljainen, who gets a little bit ahead of Ragnar Virus going into turn 3 for the first time. And round the outside looks to be, that is Peter Bezel, that's slungshot his way up into second, through into turn 4. 2-3 abreast going through turn 4 for the first time of asking. But Viljainen is in the lead. Second, it's Peter Bezel. Third, it's Ragnar Virus. Fourth, it looks to be Zenderua. And fifth will be Mika Metz from Germany, through the chicane for the first time. And one driver being sort of pushed aside a little bit, just keeping an eye on who that is. That is the 523, that is Bruno Dos Santos, running with KMD, representing France. It's getting a little bit hot and heated under the collar because now Jakob Bezel has got past Zenderua. And up the inside, looks to be one other driver, that is Zana Schriblak trying to get his elbows out coming out of turn 14. They all come across the lines to complete the first lap, and Viljainen's got a lead of just over 0.18 of a second ahead of Peter Bezel. Ragnar Virus rounds out the top 3. A little bit of a gap between him, to the tune of about 0.6 of a second between him and Mika Metz. Jakob Bezel rounds out the top 5. Zenderua, Zana Schriblak, Florian Breitenbach, Nico Jörg and Manuel Tencher complete the top 10. Leading the way in DD2 Masters, it is Paul Louvaux ahead of Michael Becker and Dennis Thum, as now Peter Bezel goes for the lead on Viljainen and gets it. Through turn number 11, the Czech Republic driver hits the front of the field, and Ville Viljainen decides, well, you know what, I'm going to make sure He has an opportunity. But Viljainen now gets back behind, and Ragnar Virus will get a double toe across the start-finish line. Lap 2 completed. Top 3 covered by 0.2 of a second. Oh no! Massive clash between Petter Bezel and Ville Viljainen, and that has handed the lead to Ragnar Virus, and it has caused bedlam behind. Shriblack now gets up into third. Mika Metz looking up the inside and now takes 4th place. Oh my goodness. Turn 3, and there's more dramas. More dramas. Carts all over the shop. Coming out of turn 5. Robert Shopian, see there. Looks like Bruno Dos Santos is also off the track. We're going to have waved yellow flags coming out of Marshall Post 3. Oh my goodness. The hits, they unfortunately keep on coming, and there's another cart that has got a loud exhaust. It looks like it's sounding from the back end of the field. Not too sure if it's Robert Shopian, or maybe, I think it could be Petter Bezel. So now this has changed everything. The title is wide open. And now Ragnar Virus has shot away. And that is Robert Shopian, who's got a noisy exhaust, so we'll have to pull that in. So dramas aplenty coming through turn number 3 between the two leaders. Viljainen went for the move and it did not stick. He went over the, looked like, well, Virus got the double toe, and Viljainen made a decision, and it did not pay off for neither him nor Petter Bezel. And Jiri Matacek was the other driver that was off earlier on, so that has caused major problems. The title fight will go down to the last race of the season. For DD2, Ragnar Virus has an absolute country mile between himself and Jakob Bezel. Zana Shriblack now senses that he can have an opportunity, and he goes up the inside, forces Jakob Bezel wide, but that allows Mika Metz. He's trying to go around the outside through turn number 5, does Mika Metz, but he can't get through. Shriblack shuts the door. Well, that was a bit of brazenness from Mika Metz. He thought he had the run on Zana Shriblack, and Zana Shriblack knows better than that. And we got a 5-second time penalty. Leo Kirschenbauer has been given a 5-second time penalty. So Leon Arndt out, Bruno Dos Santos out, Jiri Matacek out. Petter Bezel, I'm not too sure if he's circulating, but I would think he's probably parked it. As this has really changed everything. And at the moment, Michael Becker is currently 2nd in DD2 Masters, but Paul Louveau, an honest 13th place for the Frenchman, who has secured the title. And this will help his run celebrating victory in the best way possible. So, 5-second penalty for the 479 of Leo Kirschenbauer from Austria. Whilst Ragnar Virus is away. Oh, we've had another moment! Oh no, that is the 428 that has just had a massive drama. Or was that that was the 428? That was Nico Jörg. Nico Jörg backwards through turn 11. The Austrian, I think, went for a move on Zenderua, and it didn't pay off. And Nico Jörg drops like a proverbial stone into the pond, as Mika Metz has just been passed by Jakob Bezel for 3rd place going into turn number 4. If yesterday was a tornado, a hurricane has made its way through here to Wackersdorf this weekend on finals day. But the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th remains as it is. Shriblack fending off Jakob Bezel and Mika Metz. Petter Bezel will now find, and I think also this has changed everything, because now with Petter Bezel scoring no points, Viljainen is still running but is out of the point stand in 28th position. Zana Shriblack is on the hunt for 20 points, and that could bring him into the title push. And I'm looking where Matthias Lund is. Matthias Lund, surprisingly enough, is currently down in 21st position. But Dane had a disaster in the final heat because the cart broke down on him going through into turn number 8, and he parks it by the ambulance between turns 8 and 9. So as they say, it's not over until the final checkered flag. And now Zander Schriblak has all the motivation he needs to try and defend his title. And we've had no one defend a title in DD2 in years past. Martin Henkel-Mortensen was the 2018 champion. Jakob Bezel, who's currently in P3, was the 2019 champion. And Zander Schriblak was last year's champion. So now he's got a point to prove. And he's doing that right now. But it was all because of that clash between Viljainen and Peter Bezel that has caused an absolute drama, as 4:28 Nico Jörg gets a 5-second penalty. That will be for an avoidable collision. And the same is said of Leo Kirschenbauer in the number 479. 6.5 minutes to go, and Ragnar Virus leading the way, and he's putting in the hot laps. 49.635 on that last tour. 49.752 for Zander Schriblak, who's 2.8 seconds adrift. And the biggest question is, the €64,000 question is, will it be a case of if, not when, not if, Jakob Bezel or Mika Metz will try and get past Zander Schriblak? A little bit further back, there's some good dicing. Paul Louveau is battling away with, well, he's just been passed by Fabian Bock from Voik Motorsport in the 481. But at the moment, Louveau is still leading. DD2 Masters, the nearest competitor to him, is Michael Becker down in 18th on the road. Nico Jörg, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of anybody, 49.497 seconds from the 428 representing Austria. Ville Villilainen officially retired. Robert Schorpian officially retired. Down from 34 to 28 drivers we go. And there is Jakob Bezel up the inside of Zander Schriblak. So Schriblak down into third place. That is still a very comfortable 16 points that the Belgian will receive once the official results have been confirmed and ratified through technical and sporting checks. And this is where because they do have a drop score to take into account at the end of the season. And looking at it this way, DD2, so Ville Viljainen won't score any points. Matthias Lund currently 21st. Zander Schriblak currently on 60 points. That will put him into effectively fifth on, will put him into fifth, because Jakob Bezel is currently on 20 points. But no, that's changed again. It'll be 73 for Zander Schriblak, because Mika Metz from Germany has got past him. Four minutes and 16 still to go, and Schriblak, if he wants to get himself into the title push considerably, he's got to do something now. He's got to start fighting back with every sinew and every muscle in his body. He's got to push like crazy. And with the air temperature increasing, the temperature for the drivers, their core temperatures inside these triple-layer FIA certified race suits will increase. And the adrenaline is flowing through their veins rather coarsely, and it's keeping them going. Just over 3.5 minutes to go, and Ragnar Virus. Okay, take it from this perspective. Ragnar Virus, I'm looking down where he is. He's 7th in the championship. Well, he's now got an opportunity. He took 3 victories yesterday, and he's got a lead of 3.7 on 3.7 seconds. Patrick Slokmelis from Latvia. I know that Tomas Stolsamanis is watching as well. The young Latvian. And he's cheering on multiple drivers. I've heard that Alexander Shelton is currently running in Kristianstad at the minute. The young junior. Lucas Horsman now gets ahead of Mark Bartels. Johan Andersson completes the top 15. So the points at the moment are going to provisionally the following drivers. Ragnar Virus, who's leading. Jakob Bezel, Mika Metz, Zander Schriblak. Zenderua, who's now trying to close in on the 401. Hannes Morin, Daniel Mahacek, Philip Moitzi, Luca Muneretto, Manuel Tencher, alongside Florian Breitenbach, Lauren Seifried, Fabian Bock, Johan Andersson and Lucas Horsman. Paul Louveau might be 14th, but he's gunning for points in DD2 Masters. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds still remain. The gap now nearly 4.1 seconds. The championship has been turned upside down and shaken rather vigorously like a sand timer, and the clock has sort of somewhat been reset. And Ragnar Virus' best finish this season was at Adria, race final 2 on the Sunday. He took a 5th place in the first final and then went on to finish 2nd. Mulsen, it wasn't a great one for the Estonian. It seems like the pendulum has swung a little bit more in the Estonians' favour. So we've got more dramas. There's a cart start, well, trying to get going again. And that was on turn number 6. But 90 seconds to go plus an additional lap. And Vidis' lead now is 4.26 seconds. Bezel, Metz, Derua, Shriblack and Derua, they are covered by just over 1.25 seconds, but now it looks like the second and third have pulled away. So Jakob Bezel now half a second ahead of Mika Metz in third. Shriblack is a further half a second adrift, and he's got Zen Derua, Hannes Morin and Daniel Mahacek closing down on them. And in the meantime, Philip Moitzi has been passed by Luca Muraretto from Italy. So we're now going on to the penultimate lap because Ragnar Virus has just crossed the stripe. Lap number 17 underway for the Estonian. Bezel still, Jakob Bezel still in second. Mika Metz, Zona Shriblack, Zen Derua, Hannes Morin and Daniel Mahacek, they are now scrapping over what is fourth on the road. One of the other things, when you're actually in the dirty air behind somebody else, what can happen is that if you're pushing a little bit more, that is going to cause the tyres to drop off in terms of their performance over the course of a race. You've got to strategize. You've got to really, really keep your wits about you. Nail every apex, nail every braking point, put the power down when you need to. As Hannes Morin looked up the inside of Zen Derua for the position, that was for 5th place on the road. They'll be out very shortly in the Project E20 first final. And they're doing double duty amongst others, like Johan Andersson, who's currently down in 14th position overall, as Lawrence Seifried drops to 15th. There's a bit of a manoeuvre there from Zen Derua. Well, Zen Derua was ahead of Daniel Mahacek, who just managed to get past by the slightest of margins on Hannes Morin, who's now got Luca Muraretto trying to go up the inside of him, but Morin goes defensive. Moitzi just behind the Italian. Timer hits 0, and it's a 4th successive victory. Ragnar Virus puts himself in the title picture in terms of maybe the latter stages of the podium for the championship, but he is a 100% race winner this weekend. Jakob Bezel finishes in second, and that gives him 84 points provisionally. Mika Metz in third, Zana Shriblack in fourth. That gives Zander 13 points, and that puts him on 73. Zen Derua in 5th, Daniel Mahacek in 6th, ahead of Hannes Morin, Luca Muraretto, Philip Moitzi, Manuel Tencher, Foreign Breidenbach, Fabian Bock, Lawrence Seifried. Paul Louveau takes 14th and takes the DD2 Masters victory in this race, ahead of Lucas Horsman and Johan Andersson, who will pick up points for DD2. Mark Bartels, Dennis Thum, Matthias Lund, Michael Becker-Wren at the top 20, ahead of Imke Arts, Alessandro Glauser, Dennis Thiem, Christoph Capitan, Thomas Schumacher, Patrick Slock-Melis, Leo Kirschenbauer, running at the 27 that did finish the race, ahead of Nico Jörg. Robert Schopian, Ville Viliainen, Peder Bezel, Jiri Matacek, Bruno Dos Santos and Leon Arndt unfortunately retiring from the race.
bleibt nicht hier, es wird warm. Wie? Es wird warm, wenn es so steht.
Ja. Das ist nicht so lange heute.
Ne?
Wir sind rennen, dann haben wir Mittag, Break.
Dann die letzte gleich nochmal und
ja, und dann 4 Finales. Das ist fertig. Ja. Das ist wie lange dauert das? 1,5 Stunden.
Those watching on the live stream at home, just to give you a bit of an update, the DD2 Masters, DD2 drivers that are going into Project E20, they're going to be a little bit of a slight break, just so they can get some welcome refreshments and a bit of a rest period before they go out for their first final, which will commence in just over 15 minutes' time at 12:20.
Ze hebben mij juist water gebracht. Ja, jij moet alleen maar binnenlopen en je zit nog in de airco zelfs. Je kunt vragen als Sina een beetje masseert of zo, dat je stijf spieren hebt. Dat zijn ze gehoord, hè. Die kans zit er dik in, ja. Dan eten we straks als we naar huis rijden maar een bokworst mee. Hè. Geen idee, voor mij is een gewone bokworst met een broodje goed is.
nein, mal einer. Hier rein.
McDonald's. Ja, die staan klaar, maar er is blijven één piloot die met DD2 rijdt, die ook met de gitaars meerijdt. Dus. Als hier nog een ferm krasje straks met de DD2. Ik had hier nog een ferm krasje in mijn bocht straks met de DD2. Er waren mannen die, ik denk, tweede, derde of vierde gingen die op elkaar heen. Ja, en ik had een slow-mo in en, zal ik zeggen, heel veel. Echt een close-up. pumpers dat er waren bij de DD2. 9 stuks.
Attention paddock, the junior Rotax driver, 227. I repeat, junior Rotax driver 227. Please report to the stewards immediately. Driver number 227, junior Rotax from Germany, Louis Declan. Please report to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
That's wicked. Wow. You get really tired from that if you don't do training enough. But yeah. First run in the E20. I'm very happy I came all the way out here to Germany to do it and experience it. I drove the last edition of the electric kart from Rotax, and this one is just so much more powerful, more balanced, and because of more balance, also my neck was coming off a bit more, but totally worth coming out here, experiencing it. Now I have to find a way to do a race as well, for sure. But yeah, super happy that Rotax can make a kart like this, and think about the future when it comes to the upbringing of motorsport.
Paddock announcement with Lewis Deadly, driver number 227, Junior Rotax. Lewis Deadly, 227, report to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
Just before the lunch break, it's time for Project E20, final number 1. Here is the starting grid. Zendrua, with 2 race victories yesterday, starts on pole position, and alongside him will be Great Britain's Badley Barrett. Hannes Morin, who took the win in the first heat yesterday, starts on the inside of row 2, and we'll have Finland's Alexia Lava alongside. Victor Nielsen starts 5th, and we'll have Johan Andersson starts 4th, and will be on the outside of Alexia Lava. Johan Andersson and Marcus Radnik round out the top 6. Elish Spiezia from the United States of America starts 7th, ahead of 7th, ahead of Arvid Rosen and Nikola Tosic. So, as it is the case, it is a standing start as the drivers make their way onto the grid. So with 24 kilowatts of power, 0 to 100 kph in 3.5 seconds, the drivers will be at full throttle the minute the lights go out. And they do so. It's 10 minutes plus an additional lap, and a good start from Zendarua. Bradley Barrett and Hannes Morin initially get through, but Barrett up the inside through turn 3 on Darua, who looks to go through on turn 4. But Barrett hits the front of the field. Darua, Morin, Yalava running at the top 4 positions. Elish Bietsia trying to make some headway, makes a great move round the outside and gets himself up into what is going to be 7th position, I believe, as Barrett leads Darua, Morin, Yalava, then it's Nielsen. Johan Andersson is also in the mix there too, and has got Spiezia just up close and personal for company. As Morin with an absolute dive bomb and a half, and he has a little touch with the right rear with his left front of his cart on Zendarua. Bradley Barrett still leads the way, but it's all getting rather hot and heated. Yalava now up into P3, he's going for second, and he nearly got it there, but Hannes Morin hanged on rather literally around the outside of turn 3, managed to keep it planted, did the Swede. But Yalava again looking a bit feisty. Darua now down in 4th position. Nielsen, Spiezia and Andersson round out the top 7. 8th, it's the 701 of Arvid Rosen from Sweden. Marcus Radne will be behind, and then we will have Nikola Tozic, I think is representing Serbia. So lap 2 about to be completed as they come across the line once again. Barrett leads, Morin in 2nd, and Morin now goes through to the front of the field through turn 3 and gets it nailed by the exit of turn 4. Spietsia's got himself past Victor Nielsen, I believe, and is now up into P5. Now Spietsia's main focus this weekend is just to secure points. Now, coming into this round, he was 10 behind Theo Kakati for United Arab Emirates, as there's a move there from Alexi Yalava through turn 11 on Bradley Barrett. Barrett to the outside through turn 12. That's going to open the door for Zendarua. Oh, a little bit clumsy, and Spiezia nearly makes it 3 wide coming out of turn 12. And Spiezia now finds himself hung out a little bit to dry, courtesy of Victor Nielsen and Bradley Barrett. And Arvid Rosen looks to have gotten through too. And Barrett and Spiezia side by side under the gantry. And Spiezia gets out in front. So at the moment, if Spiezia stays where he is, he'll be level on the overall points once everything gets ratified post-race. But Hannes Morin is currently leading the way. A little bit of a gap between himself and Finland's Alexi Yalava. Zendarua in 3rd, Victor Nielsen in 4th place. And then it is the 701 of Arvid Rosen, Elish Spiezia, P6, Bradley Barrett, P7. As Morin starting to charge away ahead of the field, and is 9/10 of a second ahead of Alexi Yalava. Hannes Morin has put in the fastest lap after lap number 3 of the race, a 51.035 from the Swede. And apart from the 2 grand finals tickets up for grabs this weekend, there is the Dash for Cash. A team of 2 drivers at least can win €10,000 at the end of the day's proceedings. Zendarua up the inside of Alexi Yalava, who instantly counter-attacks. I think might have used the boost function, which gives you a little bit more power. And you can use it as an attacking and a defensive countermeasure. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, nigh on line astern. As we've got 4.5 minutes of the race completed. Darua looking to get past for 2nd position on Yalava, gets the job done. And Victor Nielsen looked to try and go through as well, but the Dane unable to counter-attack. The Finn goes up the inside of Zendarua. Darua runs a little bit wide. Oh, and he tangles with Yalava, and Darua loses a handful of positions, and he drops down into 7th place as a result of the side-by-side action between himself and Alexei Lava for second, coming out of turn 6. As Barrett now trying to go up the inside of Spiezia. Oh, and clashes into the American. The American looks to be out of the race. Oh my goodness, drama for Elish Spiezia. He's trying to get that kart going back onto the circuit. Now he has lifted this kart off of the circuit. So that has changed quite a lot of things in that race, and that's a real shame for Elish Spiezia. Driver unfortunately walking away from the kart. He went for a move and also had someone going up the inside of him, looked to be Bradley Barrett, and it did not pay off, and unfortunately the American ending up sitting by the sidelines, I'm afraid. Four minutes and 20 to go, plus an additional lap. We are down to 9 drivers. So yellow flags being waved at turn number 11. So Hannes Morin now has a 2.2 second advantage after what has been 7 laps. We're on lap number 8. As Alexei Lava has Victor Nielsen from Denmark just behind. Then it's Zendarua. Fifth place, it's Arvid Rosen. Bradley Barrett just behind Johan Andersson in 7th and 6th respectively. And Marcus Radny and Nikola Tosic representing Sweden and Serbia respectively round out the 9 that are still running. 7 minutes down, 3 to go plus a lap. And Barrett looking to close in on Johan Andersson in the 7.19. That's their battle for 6 on the road as they go through turn 5 into the hairpin at 6. Bradley Barrett admitted to me that he's a couple of kilos overweight, but he said that it has can sometimes take a little bit of the sheen off the tyres. But Darua now ahead of Victor Nielsen, so the Slovenian base driver now makes his way up to P3. And the fastest lap of all so far this race, Zendarua, a 50.905 second lap time. But Morin, having hit the front, has not looked back. Darua has had 2 wins so far this weekend. A little bit of slight moments for the Slovenian. So just over 90 seconds to go. And Morin has led by a comfortable margin. And he now leads by nearly 2.6 seconds. Zendarua is now trying to close on Alexei Lava and sets the fastest lap of the race. A 50.830 second lap time from the 7.07. So he could have an opportunity to go for second, but he's fast running out of time. Just under 60 seconds in the race remain, plus 1 lap. As now Bradley Barrett now got up the inside of Arvid Rosen for 5th position. And that could help Sodi Vitesse, who are running as a 2-driver crew, with Hannes Morin leading the way. And Barrett now up into 5th place. That's going to help them no end. Through now looking to fight with Alexei Yalova, and he does so, and the pair go side by side. They tangle wheels coming out of turn 4. The tyres are rubbing together. There's smoke coming out, and Darua's off the track again. And up the inside goes Victor Nielsen. Darua turns around. Darua turns around after another clash. They're battling over the curbs. And that is with the timer about to hit 0. And there's a lot of mojo sidewall rubber on the right side pod of Alexei Yalova. Neither was going to budge, and it all came down to one pivotal moment. And unfortunately, Darua was on the wrong end of the stick, so to speak. But Hannes Morin takes the last lap board here in the Project E20 first final. And the lead between him and now Denmark's Victor Nielsen is a massive 4.028 seconds. Alexei Yalova rounding out the top 3. Bradley Barrett now up into P4. Arvid Rosen 5th. Johan Andersson, Markus Radny, Nikola Tosic, and just keeping my eyes on where if Zen Darua is still circulating. Not too sure if he is. He might have parked it. But the checkered flag being prepared to see out the morning's action. And Morin takes a casual glance over the left-hand shoulder. The 2018 Senior Rotax Euro Trophy champion, Sweden's Hannes Morin, powers out of the final couple of corners and wins Project E20 final number 1, putting him on pole position for the final this afternoon. Second is Victor Nielsen. Third, it's Alexei Yalova. Fourth, it's Bradley Barrett. Fifth, it's Arvid Rosen. Johan Andersson rounds out the top 6. Markus Radny and Nikola Tosic, representing Sweden and Serbia respectively, round out the 8 drivers that finished. Zen Darua, unfortunately, retired with a handful of laps, with a couple of laps to go. And Elish Pietsia, unfortunately, through that multi-cart incident through turn 11, eliminated on lap number 5. We're now on the official lunch break here at the Euro Trophy season finale here at Wackersdorf, and it's not long to wait before the action gets underway this afternoon. Join us a little bit later on as we will crown our 2021 Rotax Max Euro Trophy champions here in the Bavarian sunshine on Sunday, the 5th of September. See you very soon.
That's wicked. Wow. You get really tired from that if you don't do training enough. But yeah. First run in the E20. I'm very happy I came all the way out here to Germany to do it and experience it. I drove the last edition of the electric kart from Rotax, and this one is just so much more powerful, more balanced, and because of more balance, my neck was coming off a bit more, but totally worth coming out here, experiencing it. now we have to find a way to do a race as well for sure. But yeah, super happy that Rotax can make a card like this and think about the future when it comes to the upbringing of motorsport.
DD2 402 Bezel. DD2 driver 402 Bezel. Please report to the stewards immediately. Bezel to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the second half, the business end of finals day, and it is the business end of the 2021 Rotax Max Euro Trophy season here at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf in Germany. It has been an interesting, dramatically filled day so far, and with 4 more races to go, there's still all to play for. Junior Rotax, Final 2, the last race of the season. It now gets underway. Here's the starting grid. So it is Matthijs Turlo from the Netherlands that starts on pole position. Alongside will be Farin Mega, Rafael Renhofer and Bruno Molders round out the top 2 rows ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, Vinnie Phillips, Mikkel Pedersen, Marius Roos, Kai Hillets and Samuel Ifrid round out the top 10 positions. Row 6, it's Janis Diak and Danny Shields. Aljaz Vidmar and Vic Stevens, row 7. Nick Trobeck and Nick Gerhards, row 8. Sem Argun and Yumi Kokalainen round out the top 9 rows, and completing the top 20, it is Lucas Schlegel and Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Austin Lee, Thomas Strauver and Lewis Detling round out the 23 strong grid. So once again it will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. The red lights now ignited on the starting gantry. So it is all very much open. And it will not be decided until the final checkered flag falls. A total of 8 results will have drop scores taken into consideration. But any one of several drivers could win this title. They come through the final corner, into the tram lines. Revs rise for final number 2. It is a false start. False start called by our race director. And that means that the nerves are very much apparent. The adrenaline at fever pitch. And if there is a second false start, the race director will call for a red flag stoppage. Current air temperature now 23 degrees Celsius. So, second time of asking. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are underway. And it's side by side throughout the top 6 rows heading into turn 3 for the first time. And Matthijs Turlo keeps the lead. Bruno Molders looking around the outside of Farin Mega. At the very least going through into turn 4. If he gets the move done, that's brave. Oh, he tangles, and that was with Renhofer, who managed to get up into P2. As Ethan Jeff Hall forces his way through up the inside of Bruno Molders, dropping the Dutch driver down to 5th place. Well, actually, that was Vinnie Phillips. Vinnie Phillips is on absolute fire at the moment. The 287 now up into P4. Fahin Mega rounds out the top 7. Hillets currently 9th. So it's all going to come down to the final race. It's going to be coming down to whoever wants it the most, the person who wants it the most at the minute. Matthias Turlo leads the way, and his lead over Raphael Henhofer was just over 1 second after the completion of the first lap. Oh, we've had a massive drama. Massive drama. That's off of turn number 4, and that driver, I think, is... I'm just going to wait and see as they come through. Looks like Samuel Ifrid, I believe, in the 209 from Switzerland. But Matthias Turlo still leading the way, but the others behind are giving chase. Raphael Henhofer. Then it's the 255 of Mikkel Pedersen, who isn't really in the championship hunt. And then you've got several drivers behind. Well, the good thing is, Vinnie Phillips is trying to close in on Mikkel Pedersen. 5th is Bruno Molders, Farin Mega. Ethan Jeff Hall, Kai Rilitz is now outside of the top 10. So that is going to really, really test him. He's got to really fight back now. And he's got several drivers in front, such as Aljas Vidmar, Marius Rose, amongst others. But the battle for the lead is quickly becoming a 4-horse race at the moment. Matthias Turlo still leads as we're on lap number 3 of the race. Just over 8.5 minutes to go. They come across the line once again. And Turlo leads by just over 2/10 ahead of Renhofer, who is absolutely winding up the wicket. He's looking to attack and he goes through, takes the lead through turn 4 on lap number 3, lap number 4. But also, the thing is, you've got to factor in drivers such as Ethan Jeff Hall. And at the moment, I'm keeping an eye on Thomas Strauver, who's now up into 16th position, having started from 22nd. Lewis Stetling actually started from the back end of the grid, having been excluded from the previous race. But just keeping my eyes on the top 4. There are 2 that are giving chase at the minute. And with 7.5 minutes to go plus an additional lap, it's the pairing of Bruno Molders and Farin Mega. This race is going to have more twists and turns than the never-ending story, and we're not even full circle yet, because now the change for second has happened. Well, actually, Henhofer's got the lead. Pedersen battling away, and that could open the door for for Vinnie Phillips, who goes up the inside of the Dutchman. Vinnie Phillips from Great Britain, now up into P3. Keeps the door firmly slammed shut on the 242. And now Molders and Mega are joining in. I've just seen that Kai Rilitz has got past Ethan Jeff Hall for position. That's for P8. And the Belgian, who secured his place to the grand finals back at the International Trophy at Le Mans, and promptly sprayed me with champagne on the podium. Now making his way up the order. It's going to be a slow bit of work here, because the gap now between Marius Roos and Farin Mega is now 2.5 seconds, but there's going to be a change. Thomas Strauver now makes up another position ahead of Semar Gun from Austria. So 6 minutes and 18 seconds plus an additional lap. Battles still waging up and down the order, as Vinnie Phillips has really come alive. Oh, 5-second penalty. And I'm seeing with my own eyes, it's going to Kai Rilitz, the 274. He's got a 5-second penalty. I'm just waiting on confirmation what that is for. Avoidable contact, so causing a collision. And Kai Rilitz at the moment currently sitting in 8th place. But hopefully, if he's got a bit of a gap, well, he's just got past Marius Rose, so now he's got to put the hammer down. That will put him out of the points if the race finished right now. So Rilitz now has to get a hurry up and move forward. And now he's got clean air. He can start chasing down those in front. It's just 5 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap. The driver leading the way, Germany's Raphael Henhofer, who came into this round 13th in the championship. There's quite a few drivers in the mix. Bruno Malders, Ethan Jeff Hall, Mathis Turlo, Fahin Mega, Thomas Strauver. Strauver's now up into 12th, so that's going to net him 4 points. As Janis Diak and Thomas Strauven have been changing positions a little bit here, along with Vic Stevens from Dams Racing. And Vilets has now started to hurry things up a little bit. He's gone quicker than anybody in this race. 50.641 seconds from the Belgian in the 274 entry. Renhofer leading the way by a considerable margin. It was nearly a second and a half. It's now 1.672 seconds. As there is going to be a change for second. And Vinnie Phillips looks to be back in front of Mikkel Pedersen. Farin Mega ahead of Bruno Malders. Mathis Turlo now rounds out the top 6. And Phillips again sets another personal best as Aljaz Vidmar puts in the fastest lap of anybody, 50.632 seconds from the 212. 3.5 minutes to go, and it's getting a bit feisty between Farin Mega and Mikkel Pedersen. Bruno Malders and Mathis Turlo have the ringside seats. And Rilets has now pulled away, and it's going to be more than a second between him and Marius Rosa. Now he can see in front. Several drivers battling. He's got to get himself into the top 6 and maybe towards the sharper end of that, as there is a move between Vinnie Phillips and Farin Mega, and Farin Mega gets past the Brit who got through on turn 4, but Farin Mega got through on turn 5 to retake second position. And now Bruno Malders up the inside of Mathis Turlo takes P5, and there is Rilets. And the gaps are very, very low indeed, because effectively, if you ended the race right now, Kai Rilets with a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision would drop out of the top 15 and would score no points in this race. 2.5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. And looking at Rafael Renhofer, to see him come back from such a significant incident that we had in Adria where the cart flipped over. He finished 3rd at Mulsen when he was back to full strength. As the battling over 3rd position now is between Mikkel Pedersen, Vinnie Phillips, the 277 of Bruno Malders, the 242 of Mathis Turlo, and effectively on the road, Kai Rilets. Thomas Strauver now up into 9th place, the youngster from Belgium from Strawberry Racing, puts in the fastest lap of anybody, 50.546. Into the last 90 seconds plus 1 lap of the season, and Rafael Renhofer has just calmly been getting on with the business at hand. Nearly a 3-second advantage, and he's not looking back. He's just got the blinkers on, concentrating on his own race, and to cap the Euro Trophy season off with a victory to him will be something to enjoy on the final round of the season. But granted, it's not been easy at all 4 racetracks at 3 different nations over the course of nearly 5 months, over 150 days of going from start to finish of the journey. Renhofer crosses the line with 43 on the clock to go, so it's going to be this plus an additional lap. And it's just all about keeping your calm, pushing like crazy, hoping that what you do is enough. And at the way things stand, Kai Rilets will probably end up in the bottom part of the points, so would be within the top 15. But there is always that added aidage of technical and judicial matters that need to be discussed post-race. And that could make all the difference. It could make or break a championship run. As the timer now strikes 0. Final lap board shown to Germany's Raphael Renhofer in the 2:33 from FM Racing. Feinmega rounds out the top 2. And Mikkel Pedersen in 3rd. Vinnie Phillips in 4th. Bruno Molders, Matti Sturlo, Kai Gelerts, Thomas Strauver, Marius Rose, Janis Diak, Ethan Jeff Hall, Vic Stevens, Sam Argun, Lukas Schlegel, Nick Gerhards, Nick Trobeck, Aljas Widmar, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Samuel Ifrit and Austin Lee ran out the top 20 with Lewis Edling, Danny Shields and Jimmy Kokalainen completing the 23 strong. But this time the checkered flag is being prepared. From drama in Adria, from injury, he's come back and he's fired on all 125 cc's of cubic displacement on that Rotax Max Evo engine. Germany's Raphael Renhofer wins the final race of the season on home soil and celebrates profusely. Feinmega crosses the line in 2nd, Mikkel Pedersen 3rd, Vinnie Phillips from drama in the heats to 4th on the final race of the season. Well done, young man. Bruno Molders in 5th, Kai Gelerts finishes in 6th position. But obviously there is the 5-second time penalty to take into account. And that was probably going to put him in the top 12 at some point. Matis Turlo, Thomas Strauver, and it has been adjusted. Kai Gelerts finishes 11th. So Bruno Molders in 5th ahead of Matis Turlo, Thomas Strauver, Marius Rose, Janis Diak, Ethan Jeff Hall completes the top 10. Kai Gelerts, Vic Stevens, Sem Argun, Lukas Schlegel, Nick Gerhards, Nick Trobeck, Aljas Widmar, Samuel Ifrit, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Lewis Detling, Austin Lee, Danny Shields and Jimmy Kokalainen, as there is applause from the top there, just under the commentary position.
Dat ik het gezegd had, anders wist ik het niet. Maar ik had hem wel, ik had de finish misschien.
So mechanics have been cleared from the grid for senior Rotax final 2. Final preparations for the drivers underway. So the drivers now sitting ready in their carts before the green flag waves on the start-finish straight. So a total of 31 drivers now start their engines. It's Senior Rotax Final 2, and here is the starting grid. On pole position from having won the first final, Matilda Olsson will have Callum Bradshaw from Great Britain alongside on the front row. Lewis Gilbert and Lachlan Robinson, row number 2. Row 3, Alexander Abkazava and Rashid Ghanem. Row 4, Linus Henson and Sean Butcher. Row 5, Zombor Kovac and David Lackner, who round out the top 10. Then it's Mark Kimber, Felix Jansson, Daniel Kinrath, Zino Kovac, Tobias Poschik, Andrei Petrovic, Benedek Vida, Flint Schuring, Erhard Turka and Yori Schoens rounding out the top 20. Completing the 31-strong grid, it's Sam Bergstein, Alexander Scheiblecker, Mette Argun, Miro Halika, Luca Köster, Jere Kokalainen, Gilles Chloé, Tim Stipitz, Christian de Klein, Chloe Canal and Nick Kuppens. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap will be set on the timer. And then the red lights will be ignited on the starting gantry. 2 more races to go after this one. It has been a very dramatic weekend here at Wackersdorf. But now it's all about going for it. Push to the limit of adhesion. Put yourself out of your comfort zone and go for broke. So the field now, Constantine is up into the tram lines, revs rise, are we ready? We are off and away, and Bradshaw and Olsson side by side once again. Bradshaw's got a nose ahead, but Olsson manages to get the lead going through. And Gilbert and Robinson side by side through turn 4, and no tag from behind on Lewis Gilbert, but he manages to keep it planted. Robinson just behind. So they've all managed to try and get their way through. 3 abreast at some points coming out of turn 6, which is a bit hairy, as someone's run a little bit wide coming out of turn 7 and goes sideways again. That's one of the Dan Holman Racing drivers. And a little bit further back, it is still side by side, as Andrei Petrovic tries for a brazen move round the outside, and then all of a sudden he gets pounced past by Erhard Turka in the 347. But Olsson continues to lead. Bradshaw second, Gilbert, Robinson, Henson, Zombor Kovac, Alexander Abkazava, Tobias Poschik, David Lackner, Rashid Ghanem, Daniel Kinrath and Sean Butcher, with Mark Kimber rounding out the top 13. 14th and 15th, it's Erhard Turka and Andrei Petrovic. But now Callum Bradshaw coming under fire from Lewis Gilbert, young Scotsman, now concentrating a bit more on his racing, but also doing a bit of work at Potenza Racing Engines back at home base in Scotland. More drivers trying to make overtaking opportunities through into turn 11. Some are being forced a little bit wide, and drivers are going up the inside. However, Looks like Maurice Schuring has made some inroads in this race too. He's currently up into P16, a shade out of the points. But now the battle for second position on the road is going to be a three-way scrap. And Olsson hasn't gotten away. Bradshaw to the inside of Olsson. Gilbert goes through and so does Robinson. And let's push it. Well, the Swede is a bit hung out to dry. She's got now Linus Henson up the inside. So now this is really on. So look at it from this perspective. Bradshaw has had 2 wins. Robinson has had a victory this season. And the 326 did nearly have 2. And he's gone up the inside. That's a 10.5 from Lachlan Robinson past Lewis Gilbert, who retaliates through turn 12. And Robinson back on the counter-attack side by side. The Scotsman runs wide onto the grass. Olsen's through. Henson's through. Zsombor Kovac is through. Lachlan Robinson is really trying to wind up the wicket. He's right on the back bumper of Olsson, who's managed to make her way back into second. This is crazy. This is what it means to these drivers. This is what racing is all about. You're going to put it all on the line and you've got to make it count. So Bradshaw has bolted away. Olsson's in second position. Robinson followed by Henson, and there's someone going wide coming out of turn 6. And there are so many drivers that are now going to come into the fray. Look at the train from second position backwards. I count 10 carts at the very least. You could possibly make that 12 if you include the likes of Erhard Turker and Rashid Ghanem, as the 6.17 of Daniel Kenrith manages to make back a position. As it's all kicking off, Sean Butcher is having to fight for his life. He's got Mark Kimber right on his back bumper going through turn 3. Butcher goes defensive going into 4 and closes the door for Kimber. But all in front. Gilbert's now 3rd. Robinson's 4th. Zsombor Kovac up the inside of Linus Hansen in the 3.34 from Germany. Whew. Has anyone got the defibrillator on standby? Because someone apart from me might need it. 10 minutes to go. 4 minutes gone, plus an additional lap still remaining. As we have got, Flint Schuring has had a massive moment. I'm not too sure if there was slight contact there. I've just spotted that Benedek Vida is also running a little bit slowly, going through into turn 12, but it is still game on. No one's going to give in. No one's going to give up. It's all about putting it on the line, and now Lachlan Robinson is closing in for 3rd position on Lewis Gilbert as Linus Henson tried to go up the inside of Zsombor Kovac, but here comes Sean Butcher. Butcher round the outside. He's not going to make that one, but he nearly did. Oh my goodness, and that opened the door for the likes of Mark Kimber and Alexander Abkazava. Sean Butcher put it all on the line. He got past by Kimber, but he shut the door firmly. As Alexander Abkazava and David Lackner are now in hot pursuit at the minute. But Lachlan Robinson battling away with Lewis Gilbert for what is P3 on the road. Olsson has gone away from the duo. And in the meantime, Zsombor Kovac is trying to chase them down. So it really has been a bit of a bare knuckle fight here at Wackersdorf in the second senior Rotax final, and it's the last one of the season. 8 races with drop scores taken into consideration will decide who will be on the championship podium and also on the weekend podium a little bit later on today. But Bradshaw now leads Matilda Olsson by 2.334 seconds. And the way things stand, it will be the case that Callum Bradshaw will end up on the top step on the benefit of winning final number 2. He's got 8 minutes to go. He's just got to be on cruise control. Olsson 2.3 seconds behind, but Lachlan Robinson is trying to keep pace with Lewis Gilbert and was just under a 10th off the Scotsman on that previous lap, but Matilda Olsson sets the fastest lap. 50.191 seconds from the Swede. But the fight for 3rd, very much undecided. So you've got in there Gilbert, Robinson, Zsombor Kovac, Mark Kimber now up into 6th position ahead of Linus Henson. Sean Butcher rounds out the top 8. with David Lackner and Georgia's Alexander Abkazava running at the top 10. Serbia's Andrei Petrovic, Austria's Tobias Poschek, Ehad Turka, Daniel Kinrath and Rashid Ghanem running at the top 15 as things stand at the moment. We are halfway through this race and the pace is unrelenting and it's unforgiving as there has been a move. Looks like Sean Butcher has made his way past Linus Henson to now take 7th position. But with the top 2 scurrying away into the distance, it's still game on for P3. 6.5 minutes to go, plus 1 additional lap. And Sean Butcher has now started pulling away from Linus Henson. The Aussie, based out of London, running under a UK licence, is now going to try in the next 6 minutes to close in on Mark Kimber. And now Kimber has got Zomber Kovac, Lachlan Robinson, and there's the move from Kimber up the inside, forces Kovac to take avoiding action, and that's allowed Sean Butcher to close in on them. And so that's allowed, at the moment, Gilbert and Robinson to escape, but I would think probably not for long. Mark Kimber has been running in the 50.1s, Robinson in the 50.2s, as has Lewis Gilbert. We have unfortunately had 3 retirements. Zino Kovac out, Gilles Chloé and Hungary's Benedek Vida on lap 1, lap 3 and lap 5 respectively. They are out of the race. And now it is all about keeping it consistent, eyeing every apex, braking when you need to, powering out at the right point of the circuit so you don't spool up the rear tyres and cause yourself to go sideways. There's no assistance, no power steering, no anti-lock brakes, no traction control, just pure unadulterated racing. And this is what the drivers thrive on. The pressure, the challenge, the opportunities that may come their way during the course of a fast, frantic paced race like this. So 2 drivers, Flint Schuring and the 615 Mehmet Argun, have got 5-second time penalties for causing a collision, and also the 318 has got a 5-second time penalty for pushing. But as the cloud cover slightly envelops part of the circuit with the sunshine trying to break through the clouds, we have 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Tobias Poschek has dropped out of the top 14 and ends up 15th, behind the likes of Ehad Turka, Daniel Kinrath and Rashid Ghanem. David Lackner has dropped behind Alexander Abkazava and Serbia's Andrei Petrovic, who now complete the top 10. Top 15 will score points. And at the moment, Callum Bradshaw's lead is now 1.831 seconds because Matilda Olsson has been putting in the hot laps like it's a qualifying session, an elongated one thereof. A 49.848 from the Swede. Bradshaw a 49.859. Gilbert and Robinson on the border of breaking into the high 49 second bracket. No change so far this lap from the top 19, but Luca Köster, who's had a few technical dramas, the German from Kraft Motorsport in the 362, now jumps ahead of Felix Jansson from Sweden and goes into 20th position. And now I've seen that Robinson and Kimber have both gone, well, it's Kimber and Kovac that have gone into the 49s. Robinson, a fraction outside of the high 49s himself, but puts in a personal best, and it's 2.5 tenths behind Lewis Gilbert as they come out of the final corner. Robinson knows he'll be keeping an eye on that timer, and he'll know when he will be able to push. But it looks like the slipstream working in his favour. Closes up through into turn 4, but the Emirati does not get past. The size better of it. He's going to wait for when the full opportunity presents itself, and it's not quite yet. Through 7. It's close between the pair, but they are line astern going through the turn 9-10 chicane. And oh no! Gilbert went defensive. Robinson went to the outside and got slightly caught out there. Here comes Sean Butcher ahead of Zomborkovac. So Robinson now drops behind Mark Kimber. The race has really changed on another chapter. And now Kimber is going to gun for 3rd place. But and there was a little bit of a touch on the curbs, courtesy of Lewis Gilbert on the front left through 5, but he managed to keep it held together, and now it's a 4-way scrap for P3. So you've got Gilbert, Kimber, Robinson, and now Butcher. So P3 up for grabs as Kimber goes defensive on Robinson. Butcher swings to the outside to get the run of momentum going through into turn number 12, and Kimber now has, Butcher's made it 3 wide coming out of turn 12. Kimber to the left, Butcher to the right, and Robinson drops Robinson drops another position, but he's now in the toe of Butcher. Those two are teammates. They will hopefully try and get one up on Mark Kimber if they can, as they both jink to the left-hand side going through turn 3. But Kimber goes defensive. He looks to the right, blocks Butcher, and Robinson now slots in behind. It's just about strategy between Robinson and Butcher there. But they are line astern. Timer is about, and they've just given a warning flag, black and white warning flag to Mark Kimber. So timer has expired. Callum Bradshaw about to go on to the final lap as now Robinson gets past Butcher, who had Kimber in front. And now Robinson trying to wrestle his way. Linus Henson in the mix, and now here comes Andrej Petrovic from Serbia. Final lap, borders out. Henson up the inside of Butcher, tangles and touches the right rear of Butcher as Robinson in the toe of Kimber going on to the final lap for P3. Now it's on. The gloves are truly off. And that's for 4th place on the road, as Butcher's now been passed by Linus Henson. But now we turn our attention. I'm going to keep my eyes on what's happening behind the likes of Callum Bradshaw, Matilda Olsson, Lewis Gilbert, because it's the battle for 4th place. Kimber goes defensive on Robinson, who sweeps round and gets a good run on Kimber through out of turn number 11. But it's going to be Callum Bradshaw, confirmed as the 2021 champion. The returning Matilda Olsson takes 2nd. Lewis Gilbert comes back in style, finishes in the top 3. Robinson's going to try and outdrag Kimber, but it's going to be close. Oh my goodness. 66 thousandths separated Mark Kimber and Lachlan Robinson over the line. Kimber taking 4th, Robinson 5th. Andrej Petrovic takes 6th ahead of Linus Henson. Sean Butcher, David Lackner, Daniel Kinrath rounding out the top 10 with Alexander Abkazava, Ehad Turka, Zombor Kovac, Rashid Ghanem and Miro Halika completing the top 15. Rounding out the order, it's Tobias Poschik, Christian de Klein, Sam Bergstein, Nick Kuppens, Luca Köster, Felix Jansson, Mette Argun, Alexander Scheiblecker, Tim Stipitz, Johi Schoens, Chloe Canal, Jere Kokalainen and Flint Schuring rounding out the 28. The finished with Benedek Vida, Gilles Chloé and Zino Kovac rounding out the 3 that unfortunately did not finish. But Callum Bradshaw confirmed as your 2021 Senior Rotax champion here in Wackersdorf. green flag waves for the penultimate race of the season. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's bring you their final starting grid of the year. So it will be Estonia's Ragnar Virus that is on pole position for this race, and we'll have Jakub Bezel from the Czech Republic alongside Mika Metz, and also Zana Shriblak complete the top 2 rows. A 34-strong grid waiting to be unleashed, and the title has come down to the wire. So they go on to their official formation lap. So Zendrio Luca Minoretto, Philip Moitzi, Manuel Atentia, Daniel Mahacek and Hannes Morin. That's the top 10. Rounding out the field, it's Florian Breitenbach, Lawrence Seyfried, Johan Andersson, Mark Bartels, Matthias Lund, Michael Becker, Imke Arts, Alessandro Glauser, Dennis Thiem, Paul Louveau, Lukas Horstmann, Christoph Capitan, Dennis Thum, Fabian Bock, Thomas Schumacher, Patrick Slockmelis, Leo Kirschenbauer, Nico Jörg, Robert Schopian, Willi Villilainen, Peder Bezel, Jiri Matacek, Bruno Dos Santos and Leon Arndt. That is your 34-strong grid. And now they start concertinaing. Now it is their moment of spotlight. 14 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap, and the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for their final time this year. Revs rise into the tram lines. Are we ready? Lights are out, we are off and are underway. And Ragnar Virus gets the good start, as does Jakub Bezel. And Bezel looking up the inside early to get the lead. And he goes for it, he gets it. Zana Shriblak waiting to factor in, and he's gotten up into second place as there's been major dramas. Multiple carts off at turn 4. I count at least 8 or 9 carts going on top of each other. And drivers trying to get back in there. Another drama in DD2. I thought it was big enough when we saw Willi Villilainen. We've had more dramas. There's another 2 carts. Looks like Alessandro Glauser's out. Maybe even Nico Jörg. And looks to might be in some discomfort. And this is red flag has been called. I'm not at all surprised. Red flag called on the first lap of the race due to that multi-cart incident.
Der ist genau hängen geblieben an einem. Nee, der ist mitgekommen, nicht als der. geilen Dinge. Dirk darf, glaube ich.
Just a quick update for those people watching on the live stream at home. We're not broadcasting this on the circuit. However, a multi-cut incident that saw one driver go up the inside through into turn 4, ran about the top 10, and it caused absolute chaos. Multi-cut incidents, carts being thrown up in the air, drivers battered from left to right. But they will be having a full restart. I repeat, a full restart, as we were only less than 40 seconds into the race itself. So please bear with us. There is a delay as a result of that multi-cart incident, and a very good call by our race director Thomas Leiner for saying red flag immediately. It was completely the right decision considering the circumstances. So please bear with us. Thank you.
announcement, driver announcement. Billy Leinen, driver number 462. Please report to the stewards immediately. Billy Leinen, please report to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you. Also, driver announcement, 402 Pelebezel, please report to the stewards immediately. Pelebezel to the stewards immediately. Driver 402, thank you.
back to get things underway. And with regards to the starting order for DD2 and DD2 Masters, I'll run through it all again. So Ragnar Virus and Jakob Bezel start on the front row. Mika Metz and Zana Shriblak, row 2. Zenderua and Luca Minoretto, row 3. Philip Moitzi, Manuel Tenchert, row 4. Daniel Mahacek and Johannes Morin ran at the top 10. Then it's Florian Breitenbach, Lawrence Seyfried, Johan Andersson, Mark Bartels, Matthias Lund, Michael Becker, Imke Arts, Alessandro Glauser. Then we have Dennis Thiem, followed by Paul Louveau, Lukas Horstmann, Christoph Capitan, Dennis Thum, Fabian Bock, Thomas Schumacher, Patrick Stockmelis. We have got one cart broken down, and that is the 484 Manuel Tenchert trying to get going, and he's pressing on the throttle and the cart's not wanting to go anywhere. Then we have Leo Kirschenbauer, Nico Jorg, Robert Schopian, Philip Villelainen, Peter Bezel, Jiri Matacek, Bruno Dos Santos and Leon Arndt. Right then, let's see if we can get going on this occasion and have a cleaner race. Let's go for it. Revs rise, lights are out, we are off and away, and again, as we saw previously, Ragnar Virus got a really good getaway. Jakob Bezel in second. Zenderua looking to go up the inside of Zana Shriblak through turn 4 for the first time. 4-4th, and he gets through. Shriblak has to defend. He's got Moitzi and Minoretto. Mahacek looking up the inside of Hannes Morin through turn 6. They've got through all of the field that have managed to rejoin. But Alessandro Glauser had a noisy exhaust after what happened earlier. But they're all scrabbling for position. Oh my goodness. Someone shortcutted the chicane, and that was the 448 of Philip Moitzi, who's now been pulled back into the middle of the wolf pack. So 13 minutes and 15 seconds, and it's 2 abreast, 3 abreast at points coming out of turn 12, but Ragnar Virus leads away. Jakob Bezel and Mika Metz in hot pursuit. Zana Shriblak rounds out the top 4. Then it's Zenderua, Luca Minoretto. Then it is Lawrence Seyfried. Hannes Morin just behind in 8th place. And it's Daniel Mahacek, Florian Breidenbach, Michael Becker leading the way in DD2 Masters. As drivers scrabbling for traction, scrabbling for positions. As Florian Breidenbach tried to go up the inside of Daniel Mahacek, but had to think better of it and put the brakes on rather rapidly. Virus is not getting away at the moment. However, that could all change at the drop of a hat. We have seen it before in previous season finales, and here is no exception. As one driver having to, has been forced wide a little bit. That's Johan Andersson and the likes of. Oh, and we've had another driver, and that's through turn 12. That's one of the other drivers a bit further down the order. So Manuel Tenchert and Alessandro Glauser, that's the 479. Leo Kirschenbauer, but the top 3 were as you were, business as usual. But closing in on them is Zana Shriblak from Belgium, the reigning and defending champion. The title ramifications have been blown wide open, but keep your eyes on where Peter Bezel and Ville Villelainen are at the moment. They're currently 25th and 27th respectively. They've got a lot of work to do, but they have got time on their side a little bit now, as it's the early throws of the race. Shriblak now catching the top 3. A bit of distance between him and Zenderua, as Lawrence Seyfried has Hannes Morin up his inside, and then that's through turn 12. Florian Breidenbach could have gone for a move, but thought better of it. And he's got Lukas Horstmann. Oh, the 472. Johan Andersson has got a flaming rear bumper. Mechanical black flag shown instantly. So Johan Andersson, unfortunately, his weekend in DD2 is done, and he pulls into the pits. But a little bit more feistiness, as Florian Breidenbach, I think, has just gotten past Daniel Mahacek. And they've got Hannes Morin just ahead. Ragnar Virus did have a 0.2 of a second advantage ahead of Jakob Bezel. Mika Metz rounds out the top 3. Zana Shriblak, Zenderua, Luca Minoretto, Hannes Morin, Lawrence Seyfried, Florian Breidenbach, Daniel Mahacek, Lukas Horstmann, Matthias Lund, Michael Becker leading in DD2 Masters in 13th position overall. Mark Bartels and Philip Moitzi complete the top 15. Patrick Stockmelis now up into 18th position. the Latvian in the 4.36 entry as they hurtle past the start-finish line at a consummate rate of knots. Dennis' team is getting well and truly stuck in at the moment, the 4.54 from Germany. And he's got one DD2 Masters driver in front of him, Thomas Schumacher, as now Florian Breitenbach has got past Sweden's Hannes Morin. 10 minutes and 5 to go, plus an additional lap in this race. And Ragnar Veres has had a 100% success rate at the moment with 4 victories, 3 in the heats and 1 in final one earlier, as Daniel Mahacek manages to get past Hannes Morin. That's for 7th on the road as they come out of the final couple of corners. Lawrence Seifried is closing in on them, as will be Denmark's Mathias Lund in the 4.08. Sunshine once again on Sunday afternoon bathes the track gloriously. And the racing action is even hotter than the sunshine beating down on the track surface. As Michael Becker has got Fabian Bock just behind in the 4.81 from Vike Motorsport. So Becker on his way to having a pretty good weekend in the office, running on the Comp Kart chassis. And in the meantime, Petter Bezel now hits the top 20. Ville Villainen now 24th. Johan Andersson out of the race. We're down to 31 out of 34 drivers. So Manuel Tenschat, unfortunately, his weekend ended early because the kart was unresponsive when he pressed down on the throttle pedal. As all sideways from Becker going through turn 3, and up the inside of him goes Patrick Stokmelis from Latvia. Full on Tokyo drift there from Michael Becker, but he managed to save it pretty well. Nico Jorg now up into 13th. Fabian Bock 15th. Lokmelis 16th. Jiri Matacek now has been passed by Ville Villainen. 8 minutes 10 to go plus a lap as Ragnar Veres has punched down on the throttle hard. He's pulling away. 8 tenths between him and Jakub Bezel from the Czech Republic. Mika Metz in 3rd, Schriblak in 4th, Derua. Running out the top 5, Fabian Bock and Patrick Stokmelis now complete the top 15 overall. Philip Moitzi from KRT representing Austria now unfortunately parks it. And so we are down to 30 drivers with just 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock, plus an additional lap. And in the meantime, Florian Breitenbach down in 7th position behind Luca Minoretto from Italy, has put in the fastest lap of anybody. Knows this track very well. I know his brother Oliver is here with us this weekend, watching, cheering his brother on, giving him welcome support. Still some great battles to be had up and down the order. I've just seen Mark Bartels behind Dennis Thum. Dennis Thum currently sitting 2nd in DD2 Masters. Paul Louveau, who completes the top 3 in the class, currently 21st on the tarmac. And Petter Bezel is 2 places away from getting into the top 15. There's a couple of drivers, I think Fabian Bock having a bit of a humdinger of a match if you were playing tennis. So one serve over the net and a return quickly provided, and maybe you can get a volley in at the same time. But Veres leads the way, 1.145 seconds ahead of Jakub Bezel. Mika Metz still 3rd. Top 16 yet to change. But Louveau and Chopin get past Mark Bartels. Louveau now 20th, but still, well, he's a couple of positions behind. He's about a second adrift or so from Dennis Thum in 18th position. And between the top 3 in DD2 Masters, Becker in 16th, Thum in 18th, and Louveau in 20th. That gap is probably going to be at least 2.5 seconds between those 3 drivers. 5.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Ragnar Virus extends his lead to 1.451 seconds, and as on cue, puts in the fastest lap of this race. 49.479 seconds from the Estonian. But things are concertinaing a little bit further down the back down a bit further back the order. So just keeping my eyes. Matthias Lund has got past Lukas Horsman, and Matthias Lund now in 12th position. Viljainen still not able to make significant inroads. Four minutes 42 to go, plus 1 lap. And Dennis Thum looking up the inside. That's on Michael Becker. He's got the job done initially, but Michael Becker looks to the inside through turn 4. Dennis Thum hard on the anchors, turns it in, rotates the cart, and keeps the place. So some great work there by Dennis Thum. But Schriblak is being closed in on hand over fists by Zenderua. Derua was less than 4/100ths quicker on that previous lap, and he's in the slipstream right now. He's got a chance at 4th. Schriblak, I think, fears, well, it seems like the title will not go for a second time to Zana Schriblak, but the biggest question is, who will be the champion come the end of this race, when everything has been ratified, confirmed following any judicial and technical matters. Once everything has settled, including the dust on the track, which has been kicked up a few times this weekend, with drivers pushing the limits of adhesion. Dennis Thum now leads DD2 Masters in 17th position. Ville Viljainen now starting to move forward, but I think it's too little too late for the Finn, who was in the title picture. But the contact between himself and Peder Bezel in the first final through turn 3 early doors really put paid to both their title aspirations, specifically for the Finn. And now Munaretto being closed in on by Florian Breitenbach. And I think Breitenbach, I'm not too sure if he's gotten through quite yet. Well, he's not that far behind. Lukas Horsman, in the meantime, is battling away with the likes of the 436. And that's Patrick Slokbelis, the Latvian. And then behind them, they've got Fabian Bock and Peder Bezel, who's now 1 place away. He's 2 tenths away from getting into the top 15. "12 minutes down, 2 to go. Peder Bezel now hits the top 15, having got past Germany's Fabian Bock for that place. Paul Uvo now ahead of Robert Chopin in 19th position, but has about 1.5 seconds that the Frenchman needs to find. But I think he will settle for the position, because that will give him 3rd in DD2 Masters. So 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock as Virus crosses the line once again. 2.5 seconds is, well, it's nearly 2.5 seconds is the gap between Virus and Jakob Bezel. Nico Metz trying to keep pace as there's a little change. A bit further down the order, Daniel Mahacek has got past Luca Munaretto for position, as has Florian Breitenbach. So Munaretto now down in 8th place. "55 seconds to go. Ragnar Virus has had the perfect weekend so far. Pole position in time qualifying. 3 heat victories yesterday, and he goes on to what is the penultimate lap of the season and also of the race weekend. 2.554 seconds is the Estonians' lead ahead of Jakob Bezel, who won the title back in 2019. And I know for a fact that Ragnar Virus will be absolutely ecstatic when he takes the checkered flag. And just over a lapse time as he makes his way through turn number 11 and through into turn 12 for what will be the 17th and penultimate time. Timer expires. Last lap board is now being shown, and it's Estonia's Ragnar Virus that has been the cream of the crop this weekend in Wackersdorf. Jakob Bezel in second, Mika Metz, Schriblak, Durua, Breitenbach, Mahacek, Munaretto, Morin, Nico Jog with a spirited drive back up to P10. Lawrence Seifried, Matthias Lund, Lukas Hossmann, Penne Bezel, Fabian Bock and Dennis Thum leads the DD2 Masters contingent onto the final lap, leading that class in 16th place. But now the checkered flag is being prepared, and what's more, he's not just done the clean sweep, he's done the Grand Chelem, he's done fastest lap as far as I can remember in every single race. Ragnar Virus, Estonia's very own, does the clean sweep at the weekend. Well done, young man, brilliant job. Jakob Bezel finishes in second. Mika Metz, Schriblak, Durua, Breitenbach, Mahacek and Munaretto ran out the top 8. Hannes Morin completes the top 9. Ahead of Austria's Nico Jörg, Lawrence Seifried, Lukas Hossmann, Matthias Lund, Peder Bezel, Fabian Bock ran out the top 15, and it's a win in DD2 Masters for Dennis Thum, representing Cyprus. Michael Becker in 17th, ahead of Patrick Slokmelis. Paul Louveau pretty much has been confirmed as DD2 Masters champion and becomes the 4th different driver to do so in 4 successive years. Robert Chopin rounds out the top 20, ahead of Ville Villainen, Mark Bartels, Imke Arts, Jiri Matacek, Christoph Capitan, Leon Arndt, Bruno Dos Santos, Leo Kirschenbauer, Dennis Thiem, with Thomas Schumacher rounding out the 30 that did finish the race, with Philip Moitzi retiring on lap 5, Johan Andersson with a flaming bumper on lap 3, and Manuel Tenschert and Alessandro Glauser unable to take the restart.
That's wicked. Wow. You get really tired from that if you don't do training enough. But yeah. First run in the E20. I'm very happy I came all the way out here to Germany to do it and experience it. I drove the last edition of the electric kart from Rotax, and this one is just so much more powerful, more balanced, and because of more balance, also my neck was coming off a bit more, but totally worth coming out here, experiencing it. Now I have to find a way to do a race as well, for sure. But yeah, super happy that Rotax can make a kart like this, and think about the future when it comes to the upbringing of motorsport.
So, as the E20 drivers make their way to the starting grid, don't forget there is an opportunity to get your entries in for the Rotax Euro Golden Trophy taking place at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium between the 4th and the 7th of November. We have grand finals tickets on offer for 5 classes: Micromax, Minimax, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. And DD2, we also have quite a lot more to come as well, with race weekend entries available for them as well. For DD2, for all classes, there are race weekend entries to be won. You hit the top step of the podium at any point, but at the end of that race weekend, all crowns, Rotax, Euro, Golden Trophy champions in November of this year.
That's wicked. Wow. You get really tired from that if you don't do training enough. But yeah. First run in the E20. I'm very happy I came all the way out here to Germany to do it and experience it. I drove the last edition of the electric kart from Rotax, and this one is just so much more powerful, more balanced, and because of more balance, also my neck was coming off a bit more, but totally worth coming out here, experiencing it. Now I have to find a way to do a race as well, for sure. But yeah, super happy that Rotax can make a kart like this, and think about the future when it comes to the upbringing of motorsport.
So a big thank you earlier on this week on Friday, when Ferdinand von Habsburg recently winning with Charles Malesi and Robin Freins the 24 Hours of Le Mans. He came and stopped by and had some seat time behind the wheel of the Project E20, and good to have him alongside me on Friday afternoon qualifying practice. Gave us some really good insights, and obviously looking towards the future of this technology that is being pioneered through the likes of BRP Rotax. And what a stellar job they have done. A big credit to the team from technical support, such as Daryl Smith and Steve Chapman, who are on site with us. And we have one final race to curtail what's been an exciting season. 150 days, just over 21 weeks, 4 different circuits, 3 different countries, and multiple different race winners. We have crowned champions earlier on this season, as we wait to see who will be on the championship and the weekend podiums a little bit later on, once the dust has finally settled. So a total of 11 drivers did start the weekend. Lawrence Seifried decided to concentrate on DD2 driving. But we have had some rather exciting heats, and obviously the first final had its own set of dramas alongside it. A grand finals ticket is up for grabs for the weekend winner, and also for the driver that takes the most points at the end of the 2-round championship. Will also head to Bahrain in the middle, I think it's the week before Christmas, effectively, to actually compete on the Project E20. And also we have the Dash for Cash, a team that is the best performing out of those on the circuit this weekend will take a prize of €10,000, a fantastic initiative to help get more drivers in the seats of these karts, and it has been very well received in Denmark, Sweden, Portugal, Italy, the Netherlands, amongst other countries. And the DEKM, the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft, concludes its season next week in eastern Germany at Mulsen, with 4 drivers, including one of those who's competing here, Finland's Aleksi Ilava, currently second in the standings to France's Oscar Pellemele. But also there are a couple of other drivers in the mix for that as well. Jens van der Heijden, I think, if memory serves me correctly, is another one of those drivers. So that is the 3-minute warning for the mechanics to clear the grid. And again, for the second final for Project E20, it will be ten minutes plus an additional lap. So with Project E20, because of the instant torque delivery from the fully electric drivetrain, has its main CAN bus system, the main control unit is actually located where the fuel tank would normally be on an internal combustion engine. The battery packs, in comparison with the first electric car, Project Thunder, are considerably smaller. Including driver, should weigh around about 215 kilograms, with a top speed of around about 135 to 140 kilometers an hour. 24 kilowatts of energy being used by the the PMSM. It's a synchronous motor, and it's permanently magnetic. And a very interesting system on how to get these onto the trolleys. It has a cantilever system. So there's 2 bump stops on the back bumpers, which then allow you to lift up the cart from the front end and then cantilever it onto the trolley and bring it back to the awning. So it will be one formation lap. They will line up on the grid, and then the red lights will be on the gantry. Someone's getting a bit overzealous. He misses internal combustion engines, does Dave Ritson. I didn't know whether he's a moped or a motorbike, but green flag waves. Let's have a look through the final grid for 2021 here in the Euro Trophy. So it's going to be Hannes Morin and Victor Nielsen on the front row, Alexei Ilava and Bradley Barrett on row 2, Johan Andersson and Arvid Rosen, Markus Radny and then Nikola Tosic, and then Zendrua and Elis Spiezia from the United States of America running at the 10-strong grid. So they now get themselves readied for one final time. So with these carts, they have an additional boost, a boost button that can be used as an attacking or defensive weapon when you're battling away with the drivers out on track. So red flag at the front, green flag at the back. Lights on the gantry. And we are off and racing, and it's a good start from Victor Nielsen, who goes side by side initially with Hannes Morin. Morin will have the inside run going through into turn 3 for the first time, as with 3 abreast a little bit further back with the likes of Zendrua and Nikola Tosic. But Nielsen has lost out. Ilava's got past. Up into second goes the Finn. So Hannes Morin leading the way. Bradley Barrett finds himself down in what is going to be 5th position because Arvid Rosen has gotten past the Brit. Zendrua now makes a move up the inside, looks to be Markus Radny, as Elis Spiezia has quickly deposed of Serbia's Nikola Tosic going through turn number 11. And Ilava is now closing on Hannes Morin. Nielsen, 3rd. Rosen, Barrett, Andersson. Drua now goes up the inside and now takes the position. Looking to go for 4th place. Up the inside, gets it. Rosen counter-attacks, but Barrett keeps it pinned to the outside. Through into the left at turn 5. And Spiezia now trying to go up the inside of Johan Andersson. The American bumps over the curbs. Manages to keep it planted. And keeps his foot stuck in. Allows the Mojo tyres to bite once again on the tarmac. As Drua now up the inside, gets up into 5th position, past Arvid Rosen. Nielsen still running at the top 3. Andersson trying to go side by side with Elis Spiezia. Spiezia gets ahead, looks to have used the boost function on that particular occasion. And is ahead thus far. So Elis Spiezia currently on 41 points. Even though he did not finish, he still managed to secure 6 as a result of where he finished after 5 laps, unfortunately, off of turn number 11. But he has got an opportunity because there are 4 in front of him battling away, and that is being led by Denmark's Victor Nielsen. Bradley Barrett rounds out the top 4, ahead of Zendrua. It's Arvid Rosen, and then Elis Spiezia rounding out the top 7. And at the moment, Zendrua is the fastest driver out there, 51.477 seconds. So through they go to complete lap number 3, on to lap 4. Hannes Morin extends his lead. As now Bradley Barrett has got a wriggle on, and and now Elis Spiezia sets the fastest lap of the race. And Nielsen, and then he has Zendrua immediately to his right. But then immediately to the left, as there goes on Arvid Rosen, Elis Spiezia. And that's for P6. So we now have, 5-second penalty for Arvid Rosen for a jump start, as well as Bradley Barrett. So that has changed everything. So that is going to promote Spiezia a little bit further up the order. Also, Zendarua, that puts him fourth effectively in the bigger picture. 6.5 minutes to go. And it's still, as you were, Hannes Morin, still leading by about 4.5 tenths ahead of Alexi Alava from Finland. Bradley Barrett on the road is ahead of Zendarua. And that's for third and fourth. Victor Nielsen has Elias Spiezia closing in once again. Had a good battle, those two, during the heats yesterday. Very different sound with Project E20 in comparison with the internal combustion engines. But they are still going very, very rapidly indeed. And considering they're about, judging by the lap times in comparison with DD2, Ragnar Virus was running in the 49.5s. We're about 1.5 seconds off of that, but they're still pretty quick, these karts. Alexi Alava goes 3 1,000ths quicker on the previous lap than Hannes Morin, and sets the fastest lap of the race. So we're nearly at the halfway stage of this second and final race for Project E20. It's been good to see the new technologies embraced by BRP Rotax being in full race trim and competition. And there goes Zendarua up the inside of Bradley Barrett to now try and take third. And Brad Barrett's just gone side by side with him into turn 12. He's just basically said, come on, just get on with it. Let's just keep pushing. And now that's going to bring in Victor Nielsen, Elias Spiezia and Arvid Rosen. So 4 minutes and 40 seconds remain on the clock. Could DD2 driver 442, I repeat, 442, report to the stewards immediately, please. That is driver number 442 to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you. So just under 4.5 minutes remain. And it has been not so much a stalemate. I think it's just about using the strategy. And that's the one thing when you have to look at a different propulsion setup and also the availability of the boost function, because if you, as Ferdinand von Habsburg actually rightly pointed out, he said, well, you might be able to use the boost twice, but I have actually found out through speaking with some of the drivers that you actually have to have a lap where you can't use the boost. You've got to let the system reset and then strategically use it when it's best for you. When have you got that opportunity? Is there a chance to get the move done? Can you pull past them using the slipstream and the added ability of having that boost button at your disposal? Still pretty good to see these karts in action. We're getting about 11 or so laps from a full final, which lasts approximately, well, a lap time at the moment. Well, Alexi Alava's just gone 50.7, so that's 1.2 seconds off of Ragnar Virus' fastest time in the second final here today. Those karts are getting quicker. The track's rubbering in nicely. And Jalava has got to within 3.5 tenths of Hannes Morin. Darua in third. On the road, it's Bradley Barrett, Victor Nielsen, Elias Spiezia and Arvid Rosen. Johan Andersson running a little bit on his lonesome at the minute. Currently down in 8th position ahead of Markus Radny and Nikola Tozic. So into the final couple of moments of the season, plus an additional lap. Jalava is trying to push, but so is Morin. So whenever Jalava tries to do a fastest lap, then Morin will counter. And they're both using the boost button at specific points in the circuit. Unbeknownst to them, I might add. And the gap between the two leaders now is just under 3.5 tenths. Drua third, Barrett, Nielsen, Spiezia, Rosen, Andersson, Tosic and Radny. At the moment, with regards to the 5-second time penalties, with 60 seconds on the clock remaining, Bradley Barrett would end up in 8th position at the end of it all. Arvid Rosen would actually end up at the back of the field in 10th. So we will go on to the 11th, well, we've now completed lap number 11, the 12th and penultimate lap underway with 35 seconds on the clock remaining. So the leaders making their way through turn 7. Now into the right-hander at 8 before the turn 9-10 chicane. And Hannes Morin has qualified for Sweden back in 2018 as the senior Rotax champion in this very series. Last lap board now being prepared. And the thing is that with the fact that Hannes Morin won the first final, he looks to be doing the double, a repeat of what we saw back in 2018 in the final round of the championship. Last lap board is out. Morin has nearly a half-second advantage. Drua, Barrett, Nielsen, Spiezia, Rosen, Andersson, Nikola Tosic and Markus Radny ran out the top 10. All 10 drivers still circulating after what has been 13 laps of racing. And Hannes Morin is on his way to punching his ticket to Bahrain in December. And will be competing on this very same machinery representing Team Sweden through turn 11 for the final time. 3 more corners to go. Casual look over the left shoulder from the cool as ice Swede. As he goes over the bump. Checkered flag being prepared. And here he comes. Hannes Morin from Sweden will head to Bahrain. But with the amended times, my calculation is that by 1 point, provisionally, I'm going to wait for the timing to be amended with the 5-second jump start penalties. From my perspective, that puts, I'm absolutely lost for words how close it has been. And I think from my recollection, that would provisionally put Elias Spiezia 5th, and with 6 points in the previous race, that puts him on 11 points, and that says to me that Elias Spiezia takes the title. Well, would you believe it? Probably by 1 or 2 points. We'll get official ratification a bit later on, but well done by Hannes Morin. It looks like it could be that Sodi Vitesse might be the team that has won the event in the dash for cash, but we'll confirm that a bit later on. But Hannes Morin wins, and Elias Spiezia, I think he now realises it's going to sink in very shortly when he finds out of the amendments. But that is it. Hannes Morin wins Project E20 here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. So, for the moment, bear with us because we will be getting the podium celebrations underway in around about 30 minutes' time at 4 p.m. So please don't forget to join us here live and direct on the live stream as we crown our weekend winners and also crown our champions for 2021.
That's wicked. Wow. You get really tired from that if you don't do training enough. But yeah. First run in the E20. I'm very happy I came all the way out here to Germany to do it and experience it. I drove the last edition of the electric kart from Rotax, and this one is just so much more powerful, more balanced, and because of more balance, also my neck was coming off a bit more, but totally worth coming out here, experiencing it. Now I have to find a way to do a race as well for sure. But yeah, super happy that Rotax can make a kart like this and think about the future when it comes to the upbringing of motorsport.
Paddock announcement, driver 442, DD2. Competitor number 442, DD2. Please report to the stewards immediately. Thank you. Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2.
Ja, aber den Strom kann ich wegmachen da. Das ist doch von die Boards. Von die Boards.
Ja, das ist von denen, nur die Trommel von der gelben Trommel, was weg ist. Das ist der hier Trommel. Das ist der hier.
Aber das waren doch die zwei Penalty Boards. Aber der Strom war das. Nein.
So we're about to get the podium celebrations underway. If we can have everyone that is here for both the weekend results and also the championships, can you please make your way up to the gantry here just off of the podium immediately, please. Make sure that you have got your race suits on and your race helmets with you. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Podium and Championship celebrations for the conclusion of the 2021 Rotax Max Euro Trophy season here at Pro Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf. We'd like to say on behalf of Camp Company GmbH a big thank you to the team at the circuit, Streckenpool KCT for their fantastic work, also the ambulance crew on site. We're now going to get underway with our first of 5 weekend result podiums, and we turn our attention to Project E20. In third place, with a total of 36 points, representing Denmark, Victor Nielsen. In second position, also on 36 points, but based on countback and final 2 results, your runner-up this weekend, representing Finland, Alexi Alava.
And your event winner, returning to the Euro Trophy for the second time this season with a total maximum score of 50 points, representing Sweden, Hannes Morin. Seems like Hannes Morin a little bit delayed at the moment. I think Ludwig Morin is currently on there. So we're just waiting for him at the moment. And there he is, your weekend winner, Hannes Morin from Sweden, ladies and gentlemen. And also Dave Ritson presents Hannes Morin for a ticket to the Bahrain International Karting Circuit in December, competing on Project E20 at the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. So please give your appreciation for Victor Nielsen, Alexia Lava and Hannes Morin. So get some photos whilst you can with the top three alongside each other on the top step of the rostrum. Thank you very much to our weekend podium for Project E20. Now we turn our attention to DD2 Masters. In third position with a total of 32 points, representing France, Paul Louveau. Your runner-up this weekend, a total of 36 points, with a victory in final number 2. Representing Cyprus, Denis Valentis Dum. And your weekend winner with a total of 45 points, representing Germany, Michael Becker. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for our DD2 Masters podium, Paul Louveau, Dennis Valentin Thun, and your winner, Michael Becker. And whilst you have an opportunity, folks, grab your photos whilst you can. Thank you very much to our DD2 Masters podium. Next up, we will go to DD2. In third place, with a total of 32 points, representing Germany, Mika Metz. Your runner-up this weekend with a total of 40 points, representing the Czech Republic, Jakub Bezel. And your winner, pole position in time qualifying, 3 victories in the heats yesterday and 2 scores on the doors this weekend today, from Estonia, Ragnar Viru. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for your DD2 podium, Mika Metz, Jakub Bezel, and your weekend winner, Estonia's Ragnar Virus. So, if the drivers would like to get together on the top step of the podium, please. Photographs whilst you can, ladies and gentlemen. So, please give them your appreciation. Well done. So our penultimate weekend result podium, we'll turn our attention to Junior Rotax. In third position, with a total of 35 points, representing the Netherlands, Matthijs Turlo. Your runner-up this weekend with a total of 40 points, representing Germany, Fahed Mega. And your weekend winner in Junior Rotax, just 1 point in it, also representing Germany, Raphael Henhofer. So, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for Matthijs Turlo, Fahed Mega, and Raphael Henhofer. And before the 3 drivers can get onto the top step of the podium, for pictures for the press, and also anyone downstairs, the seating area just outside of the restaurant. Get your photographs whilst you've got an opportunity. Well done to our junior Rotax podium. Congratulations, well done. And our last weekend event result podium is senior Rotax. In third position, with a total of 32 points, not just representing Great Britain, but also Scotland, Lewis Gilbert. Your runner-up this weekend, good to have her back in the paddock. Representing Sweden, Matilda Olsson. And your weekend winner, also with 45 points for taking the victory in the second final, also representing Great Britain, Callum Bradshaw. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for Lewis Gilbert, Matilda Olsson, and your weekend event winner, Callum Bradshaw. And if you can ask for the top three drivers to conglomerate on the top step for pictures, so whilst you have an opportunity, and whilst you can. Thank you very much, well done. Now we will turn our attention onto the championship results from 2021. And first of all, we will go to Project E20. So, in third position, I know that the driver is not here, but please give your appreciation and round of applause for the United Arab Emirates, Theo Kakati, ladies and gentlemen. In second position, with a total of 48 points, representing the United States of America, Ellis Spiezia. And based on 3 out of 4 scores, your winner and E20 champion for 2021, representing Sweden, Hannes Morning.
But there we go. He's already left the premises, but please give you a round of applause for our Project E20 Championship podium with Alice Viezia from the United States on the top step. So, in third position for DD2 Masters overall this season, representing Germany with a total of 85 points, Michael Becker. In second position with a total of 115 points, representing Switzerland, Alessandro Glauser. And your new champion for 2021 with a total of 140 points following on from drop scores, representing France, Paul Nouveau. Not only does Paul Nouveau get presented with his trophy, he will also now be handed a ticket for the Rotax Grand Finals representing Team France in Bahrain. But before, if we could get the drivers back on the podium steps for just a second. We now go to our championship podium for DD2, and in third position, 90 points, representing Estonia, Ragnar Virus. In second position with a total of 95 points, representing the Czech Republic, Jakub Bessel.
your new champion for 2021. It was Zana Black last year. This year it goes to the Czech Republic's Podium.
So I can film a little bit.
And before we do any further festivities, please observe some silence for the national anthem of the Czech Republic. Now we can present very shortly. Let's get the photographs taken out of the way first. So get your pictures whilst you can, ladies and gentlemen. So, both Jakob and Peter Bezel have been presented with their tickets to represent the team of the Czech Republic at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit at this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Please give your DD2 Podium some appreciation, a cheer and a round of applause, please.
Mike heeft de best man. Mike had de goeie, hè?
So now we go to our penultimate championship podium of the season, and we now go to Junior Rotax. In third position, with a total of 95 points, representing the Netherlands, Bruno Motors. Your runner-up in the championship at 100 points, also representing the Netherlands, Matthijs Turlo. And now, another bit of history is made as we have three drivers on the honour roll that have defended their titles successfully. Your champion for 2021 in Junior Rotax, representing Belgium, Kai Hiller! And ladies and gentlemen, please observe some silence for the Belgian national anthem.
onto the top step, but they will also be presented with their grand finals tickets, the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, taking place at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between the 11th and the 18th of December this year.
Mooi hè, dat wordt het mooiste eind van allemaal.
So please give them a round of applause and a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. They've been this season. Well done.
Good job, boys. Top kiddo.
And this is a bit of a solemn part, but it means that we start anew next season, because we now have our final championship podium of the 2021 calendar, Senior Rotax this time.
Erste Hürde geschafft. Müssen wir hier runterkommen.
In third position, with a total of 89 points for the second year in succession, representing the United Arab Emirates, Lachlan Robinson. Your runner-up this year, and he will be also heading to the grand finals in Bahrain, representing Great Britain. Your runner-up this year, Mark Kimber. And your 2021 champion becomes the third driver to secure this title. Also representing Great Britain, Callum Bradshaw. So, ladies and gentlemen, please observe some silence for the national anthem of Great Britain. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation. Your top three in the championship standings, Lachlan Robinson, Mark Kimber, and your 2021 Senior Rotax champion, Callum Bradshaw. Callum's already broken the trophy. Oh, it did just fall off. But there we go. As these drivers will also get their tickets to represent the respective nations, the United Arab Emirates and Great Britain, or Team UK, in Bahrain this coming December the 11th to the 18th. So get your photos whilst you still have an opportunity.
that's it. We're done and dusted for the 2021 season here at Wackersdorf. A big thank you to all the circuits, Karting Genk, Adria Karting Raceway, Arena in Mulsen, and here at Pro Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf. The Rotax Euro Golden Trophy is just a couple of months away, so if you are wanting to get your hands on a Grand Finals ticket, you better get in quick. 4th to the 7th of November, and the 2022 Euro Trophy season kickstarts with the Rotax Winter Cup at Karting Cup Campillos on the 18th to the 20th of February 2022. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. It's been a pleasure with you once again, and we'll see you at the Golden Trophy, and we'll also see you in 2022. Thank you for watching. Safe journey home to all here at the circuit, and goodbye.
Mike, ohne Pokal am besten. Und den Helm noch weg. Everyone ready? Can you put your ticket in here? Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Mike, see you soon. Yeah, you be in Arizona, yeah? I want you to be in Arizona.